deliberations sparked insightful discussions, and today we continue to navigate through the changing trends and challenges in geography. We've got some fantastic speakers and topics today lined up, and without much ado, we will start with the third plenary session of the seminar, and I would like to request Professor Sushma Rohadgi, formerly Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal, to please come on the stage. Ma'am will be chairing the session for today. We welcome you, ma'am. I would request the scholars to please felicitate ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Now, we are starting our third plenary session, and there are 5 speakers, eminent scholars, and we have 1 hour time. So in that case, the thing is that I request all the speakers to restrict their presentation within 15 minutes only. May I request Professor Bindi Vasini Pandey from Delhi University, please come over the stage and give your presentation. He will be speaking on geographical perspectives of highland, lowland dynamics of Hindu Kush, Himalaya, and Hind Mahasagar teleconnections. So the thing is that we are starting with the connection. So let's see. Panditji, may I request you to try to complete your paper within 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Respected Madam Chair, senior colleagues, participants, and dear students. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the IIG, especially Professor Ravindra Jayabhai Shah and Dr. Arindan Das Prasad for inviting me for the plenary. And working on the Himalaya now, I try to connect the Hindu Kush Himalaya and the Hind Mahasagar, Indian Ocean. How the Indian Ocean and the northern boundaries of the Himalaya mountain, Hindu Kush mountain, they are so important not only for the livelihood, rather entire sustainability of the life. And the fact we know very well that each and every drop of water on Indian subcontinent because of the Indian Ocean. And Indian subcontinent because of the Himalaya, because of the Hindu Himalaya. Perhaps it is the most unique geographical location which gives us geographical nomenclature of Indian subcontinent. And we must feel recognized that it is the only country which is known as a subcontinent and having an ocean of its own name. No any country in the world having the name of the ocean. The India having the Indian Ocean and the Indian subcontinent. And the Indian Ocean, each and every drop of water for the Indian subcontinent coming from the Indian Ocean. But the most important thing is that the duration of monsoon is hardly 3.5 months. And that duration not only gives plenty of rainfall throughout the country, but it also creates the havoc, particularly the eastern part of India, covering all the way into Brahma Plain, that provide massive flood. But the telecommunication between the Hindu Kush Himalaya and the Hindu Mahasagar, that provide a kind of interlinkages. The amount of water which ultimately comes from Indian Ocean to the Hindu Kush Himalaya in the form of monsoon or in the form of western disturbances. And if you think that more than 1.5 billion population who are receiving plenty of water all the 12 months, while the monsoon have hardly 3.5 months. So these 12 months, regular continuous supply of fresh water to the entire lowland people of the Himalaya Hindu Kush region, all the way coming drained by the thousands of the rivers which are draining out in the centrifugal pattern in all the 360 directions. If we perceive the map right from Sardaria, Amudaria, Tarim Basin, Wanghe, Yamsikyam, Sikam, Mikam, Salwin, Chindwin, Iravadi, Sangpo, Ganga system, then Indus system. If you see all the 360 directions, rivers are draining out, sustaining from very ancient human civilization to the postmodern human civilization in the lowland area. So this highland lowland connection along with the Indian Ocean provides a unique understanding. So I'm going to give some few glimpses of the geographical perspectives of the highland lowland dynamics of Hindu Kush Himalaya and Hindu Mahasagar connection next. So you can find the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean, which is largely affected by the highland in the form of the Tibetan Plateau, in the form of the Rossby waves, in the form of the different temperature-oriented teleconnections, which is all the way, we must have heard about the pre-quotation and the 1960s to 70s, we had the Monex monsoon expedition. The Monex monsoon expeditions with the help of Russia, and finally the outcome was found that it is the Tibetan Plateau which is affecting large scale to the Indian monsoon. So all the way from the highland and to the lowland phenomena, covering from the Rossby waves to the El Nino, and all this influencing the global climate. Next. So you can find The Hindu Kush Himalaya is stretching about 3,500 kilometers across the 8 nations, and now, because of after the Antarctica and the Arctic, this is the third most glacial place on this planet, so designated as third pole. And the orographic forcing providing the important feature for the arrival of the monsoon in the entire Indian subcontinent. And the most important that I discussed, the elevated thermal engine that provides the role of the Tibetan plateaus, and also the westerly jet bifurcates through the Himalaya. And these teleconnections are well established and now affecting the global climate. Next. You can find the Indo-Ganga plain and the Ganga-Brahmaputra-Meghna delta all together, there's more than 700,000 kilometers square areas which are predominantly fed by the Himalayan geosystem. This Himalayan geosystem ultimately right the way from Bhabar and Tarai region all the way to the Ganga Sagar. So ultimately all these connections providing the resources of the highland and livelihood sustainability in the lowland. So this geographical understanding of the system remains incomplete without recognizing the lowland dual role as both vulnerable endpoint of extreme Himalayan weather and the dynamics which are forcing in the lowland. So ultimately you can find the relationship. Next. The Indian Ocean dipole, which is well established, affecting the monsoon to the entire Indian subcontinent, and finally these monsoons checked by the Himalaya Hindu Kush region provide the plenty of rainfall to the entire country. The Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, which is the most supply of the moisture, and the Somali jet, which is now the influencer of the Indian Ocean monsoon from Indian Ocean up to the Himalaya. Next. So you can find the teleconnection, the mechanism. The mechanism is well established. The snow to monsoon, covering the excessive Hindu Kush Himalaya region snow-covered areas, and gradually, because of the global warming, we have Professor Nilakant Sharma established geomorphologist and the glaciologist. You can find that the way the global warming and the impact of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, both are affecting the global climates. So Himalaya Hindu Kush region is also being affected. The ENSO monsoon and the teleconnection with the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, Indian Ocean dipole affecting the monsoon, Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, western disturbances, and the Bay of Bengal feedback loop. All these phenomena having well-established linkages, and nowadays these linkages are very, very strong. And these linkages, interlinkages rather you can say, affecting not only the Indian subcontinent, Indian monsoon, rather these interlinkages are affecting the global climate. Next. So now I'd like to share here the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. This was a meeting in the Helsinki, Finland in last October 20 to 24, where I got the opportunity to have a presentation of the third pole, Indian Hindu Kush Himalaya region, how affected by the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. So the The link I will provide in the presentation. I would like to request I would like to have some publication, publish some good research paper on the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation funded by the Council of Ministers, Scandinavian Council of Ministers. So this project funded by Scandinavian Council of Ministers and finally published and is available in the linkages. So now the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation not only affecting the Hindu Kush Himalaya, rather it is the impact of the AMOC which is creating the impact of the drought and flood simultaneously. Because the Atlantic Meridional has got the tipping point. So before 60 degrees latitude is tipping towards the ocean, and the Scandinavian region, northern part of Canada, northern part of US, and all the northern Europe is getting lower temperature gradually affecting their livelihood, affecting the fishing capacity, affecting the agricultural capacity, affecting the dairy farming. On one hand, on other hand, there is an acute shortage of water affecting the monsoon, and many regions like the Sahel, like the Amazon basin, like the Indian subcontinent, which are being affected by the impact of the AMOC, and the amount of precipitation is decreasing, duration is decreasing. Next. So, the role of Indian Ocean, the Indian Ocean warms and generates the additional precipitation, and finally, along with the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, which is moving the warm water towards north. So there is the process of altification which is going on. The Atlantification which is creating more temperature, creating more salinity in the water. And that this salinity, this is potential catastrophic event like weakening of monsoon circulation in regions like South Asia and Africa, far-reaching consequences of agriculture, water resource, and the regional climates. So there is a continuous threat coming up along with the AMOC and the global climate change. Next. So you can find the Atlantic Meridional Circulation, which is the ultimate source of the energy toward the northern part of Europe and northern part of North America. And because of overturning the situation, which is rather moving the far north, now it is tipping out and creating the cold temperature in the north and creating more higher temperature in the south, further affecting the Sahel region of Africa. And you might have heard in the newspaper, you might have heard in the news that southern part of Europe getting temperature around 36 to 40 degrees Celsius. Italy, Spain, Portugal have been reaching the temperature 36 to 40 degrees Celsius. Their houses were constructed for the instilling the heat, for the concentration of the heat. And if there is already temperature beyond 40 degrees Celsius, what will happen in their houses? Because there is no ventilation there in the glass houses. So this result is affecting largely to the global climate. Next. So you can find the Nordic Tipping Week workshop, which our head of department, Madam Professor Datta, is here. She had recommended our two research scholars, Sonia and Sarans, they had also visited, and 2 minutes. We had, and then with this teleconnections, we have published this paper, I have distributed. Next. So the impact and strategy for prevention and governance. So there is a large scale, you can find. One example I would like to share, the indigenous people like Sami. Sami are the archaic practice traditional nature-based livelihood, and you can find the Sami people in their language, they have 100 words only for the snow. Almost 100 words for the snow. Because their livelihood totally based on the snow, and their experience is that over the last 2 decades, the amount of precipitation of the snowfall rather decreasing, it is increasing. So there is more snowfall in the north and less snowfall in the south. So at the same time, AFOC creating the climate disturbances of the North Europe along with the South Europe. Next. So this was the meeting. Next. Now, the highland, lowland interactions and the water tower dependency, as you know, day by day, we have glacier lake outburst flood, we have the recession of the glacier now well established, and the recent report published by the Wadia Institute that the Bandarpooch glacier has shifted almost 36 kilometers. So that institute report itself is the evidence that the way the global climate being affected the highest water tower of the world. Next. So downstream hazard in the form of the glacial lake outburst flood, and second is you can find the flash flood. So next, to calculate the flash flood, as you know, the black carbon, heavy metals, organic pollutants are all affecting the third pole, and this way there is the 30 to 50% by 2180, you can find a 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius temperature warming affecting 1.565 billion people on this planet. Next. So, the geohazards like glacial lake outburst flood, cloudburst has become the common phenomenon of the Himalaya everywhere. Next. And in this connection, I'd like to share this in the high flow. This is the project which was funded by the British Council, a British Council project, because they did not distribute cargo. And this is published in the Elsevier International Disaster Risk Reduction Journal with the impact factor around 6. And now this project has completed over the last 6 years, and we have collected the data of 200 years of the flash flood, cloudburst of the flash flood in the Kulu district, Himachal Pradesh. Next. And it is found that the frequency and the magnitude of the flash flood, cloudburst have increased. The data analysis of the 200 years, the data were collected from the British Library, London, and the Nehru Memorial Library in New Delhi, and also the newspapers which were published by the Britishers during the colonial time. Okay, next. So, this is the paper which is published. Next, now you can conclude. So finally, the governance to control the impact of the monsoon to the flash flood, cloudburst, glacial lake outburst flood. So Mission Mausam, Indian Arctic Policy 2022, National Mission for Sustaining Himalayan Ecosystem, and the National Mission for Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change. All these government policies are working to minimize the loss of the human life. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much. Like yesterday, we will take the questions afterwards. I'll request the scholars and whoever want to ask a question, just give me that piece of paper and then I'll hand over it to him. Thank you very much. The topic was very interesting, but thank you. But the thing is that we have a limited time. I'm sorry for that. May I call? They want to finish stage. I'm sorry. May I call upon Professor Atikur Rahman from Jamia Millia Islamia University to present his paper. He'll be speaking on the effective coastal risk management and analysis of tropical cyclone in Orissa using fuzzy AHP and XAI. Sir, excuse me, sir, the thing is that so if it is possible, try to go.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning, Namaskar. I'm very thankful to the organizing committee for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share important work that my scholars and we are doing. Thank you, ma'am, for chairing this session. Yesterday we have a lot of paper on different issues, and today Pandey has showed very important issue on pressures. So it is closely linked with this pressure. What we have, coastal risk management, cyclonic storm. If we talk about India, there is large scale, natural disaster that is taking place, starting now, landslide, earthquake, flood, and so and so. So out of that, I feel that the flood, after flood, the cyclonic storm is very important. In the sense that I'm presenting this work in Bengal, and in India we have the coastal, eastern coast of India, that is Bengal and Usa, is highly impacted. So in that sense, this is very important study, where we have tried to use satellite data, we have done application of GIS, and yesterday another paper, the plenary session that was presented by Professor Saha, very nicely demonstrated the application of AI, AHP, XAI, and so and so. So in that process, we have also used the XAI and machine learning and all. When we are doing the research way back, say in the 90s, so somebody knows the GIS and remote sensing, that was very good research. But now that has gone back. It's the age of AI, and this is nothing very big. It's very simple and very important. And there was a panel discussion yesterday where 5 speakers talked about the future of GIS and other things. So I feel that, ma'am, the GIS has given remote sensing, given the new life to the geography domain. And it is because of that we are publishing and the scholars are publishing good work and good papers. So in that context, what I say that, next please, if I give one slide just, next please. Next please. If I give some statistics that we all know, but just to sensitize what we have. India ranked 3rd in natural disaster. In the last 2 decades, behind China and USA. Tropical cyclone are most devastating hydrometeorological disaster. Among all hydrometeorological disasters, tropical cyclone is the most devastating, especially in coastal area, in India, in Asia, and this part of the world. Which is mainly related with the human factor, and that damages a lot of properties, human agriculture, life and all. Each year, an average 90 tropical cyclones form in various cyclonic basins of the world. So imagine 90 cyclones on an average. And the fact and figure shows that it has large impact on especially the poor people, those who are lower class people, poor people, and those have a livelihood with the agriculture field and dependent on the water. Next, please. Over past 50 years, 1945 disasters have been attributed to tropical cyclone, which killed, imagine, more than 7,80,000 people and caused 1.4 trillion economic losses. So these data is very important. But somewhere or other, if I talk something little bit different and I say that we are always looking for higher GDP, higher GDP. In India, we are having in the third quarter 7.6% GDP. So the government is only concerned with the higher GDP, faster economic growth. But the government and we are not concerned from where all these GDP comes from. So that is very important. So the people, those who are being impacted, there is a need to concern, that is an important issue in the sense that geography looks around space. And this space, if we talk today, agriculture contribution in GDP is close to 16%, 17%. So this losses, 1.4 trillion economic losses is very important issue that one need to understand, one need to think on. we do not need 7.6 per GDP, but we need to have less losses because of flood, cyclone, storm, and so on, where the poor people are mostly affected. An average 43 deaths and $78 million damage is recorded daily as per WMO data 2025. These data speaks for you. The changing climate and rising sea level is, one of the most important. Next please. That causes the next please. Cyclones frequently impact India. In the eastern coast, as I said before, the coastal districts of Gujarat have experienced 37% of all cyclone landfill in the last 110 years, making the most vulnerable region of the country. In 1999, super cyclone left around 350,000 people homeless and 10,000 fatalities. Next please. The last decade over super cyclone fell in Hudhud, Fani, and many more. That has made 250 people died, to 20,000 people injured, and many more. Compared to 1999 Odisha cyclone, Phelan and Hudhud event witnesses the largest evacuation effort. And in India, the government is doing very good work, and Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, that is Ministry of Earth Sciences, they are doing good work to evacuate. So my point is that we need to be prepared so that this evacuation, the losses may be minimized, so we can have lesser impact on it. Next please. These were the objectives we wanted to map, vulnerability map, exposure map, and hazard map. And what to do, that is the most important. We all know that this is going to happen, and these are the vulnerable zones. So the important issue is that how to mitigate. To mitigate what we have, there are different parameters we use to mitigate that. And then we try to determine the block-wise. The scholars try to determine block-wise importance of parameter. What are the important parameters which impact the cyclonism? And the third is we try to use XAI to know which factor is contributing at what, how much. Next please. So this is the study area. Next please. These are the statistics. Coastline is 450 kilometers we took. Area was 22,000 square kilometers, and so on. So next please. These are the parameters that these are data sets that we use. Landsat data we use from USGS, we all know. Where from this we extracted land use, coastal vegetation, then we use the EM, and from there we get the slope, evolution, storm surge, and the census data we use for population density, dependent population, female population, disabled population, and more. Then we had the cyclonic storm track from the data interaction, best track archive climate stewardship. From there we get the data from 1971 to 2021, distance to cyclonic trend and cyclonic frequency. These two are very important parameters. And rest of the data you can see. Next please. To save some time, I am moving on fast now. This is the methodology, flowchart methodology. What we have for vulnerability criteria, we took the elevation, slope, nearness to cyclonic track, nearness to coastline, land use network. For the exposure criteria, what we have the population density, population dependent population, female, disabled population, mud and tide. Also, since I said that these two states are one of the poor states in terms of economic development, not in terms of social development. So I get that dependent population, there is large scale dependent population. Then the third criteria was the hazard criteria, where I took the cyclonic frequency, storm surge, wind speed, average annual precipitation. That is very important. What Pandey was saying that because of glacier melting and all, there's a lot of erratic rainfall, uneven, untimely rainfall, that is also a very important issue for the economy. And then the mitigation criteria, fourth is very important. How close a person who is living near to the cyclone shelter, nearness to the health center, nearness to coastal vegetation, distance to road, and cyclone warning system and literacy rate. Next please. I break into two. Then we put the criteria with the fuzzy ASP, we applied the fuzzy ASP, advanced version of ASP. Then we have the tropical cyclone risk map. Then we have the hazardous zone, low risk zone, we get the two zone, and then we apply the XAI, and then finally we got the resultant. Next please. I'll move on to the layers. Next please. So what we did, we applied the fitness number, SATI scale, 1:9, then triangular fuzzy number, there's 1:1, I'm not going to that detail. Then we applied the reciprocal numbers to determine, to get the exact, cyclonic storm, state of cyclonic storm, when it is equally storm, then will be 1, if it is watery storm, will be 3, and in between we give the 2. Next please. Intermediate audio, 2, 4 and 6. Next please. These are the parameters, and by using those weights, what we get, this very standard methodology the scholars are using, we get the vulnerability elevation. In the vulnerability elevation has 0.197, then nearest to slope 0.19. Of all these, the two most important is population density, that is 0.24, and then what we have dependent population 2.21. And rest are, you see, if we go to mitigation capacity, where we have the nearest to cyclone center 0.22, then nearest to health center 0.22. Next please. So what we get the vulnerability when we talk about the vulnerability, what we get, we classified into 5 categories: very low to low, moderate, high, and very high. So what we see is that the elevation slope, we have the high, we get the very high vulnerability, but that is from 6 to 40, and then very high less than 5. Now, if we go to exposure criteria, population density, we have the population density where the population density is high. Say, for example, 638 to 738, that is a high category. The people, those who are exposed, but natural. So this way we have the disabled population, female population, when we have the large female population, the large child population, they are obviously that they are going to be impacted more. Next please. Then we applied ROC curve, and then we get the AOC area under curve, which to validate the value is very high, 0.91, I showed. For that we had the 20 validation point. Next please. So these are the special maps for the vulnerability. As I said, slope, elevation and all. And this is the index that shows where all we have the, where elevation is high, slope is high, and the support. Next please. When we talk about exposure mapping, so these are the areas where we have the high population density. I circled to the blue top part of the Odisha and then eastern part of Odisha. When we talk about dependent population is high here, and then the top right side, mud and tile houses. If you talk about entire Odisha, 1/3 of the Odisha is having mud and tile houses. Next please. Then we have the hazard mapping criteria. We have the cyclone frequency. These are the 2 pockets where the frequency of the cyclones is more because of slope, because of the elevation and so. The storm surge. Then we have the wind speed. The entire southern portion of Odisha and the central portion of Odisha where it experiences the fast wind speed. When we talk about annual precipitation, the northern portion and the eastern portion, next please. Then we have the mitigation capacity. If any person, any household who are living close to those cyclone center, they are assume that they will be at the safer, they will be safe. Nearest to health center, the person who can be taken to the health centers quickly, easily. So they are, so important issue that what we need to know is that these are the areas where we have the health centers, but these are the areas where we do not have health centers. So these are the important issues that one need to know. But make sure that जहाँ करीब में है हॉस्पिटल होंगे जल्दी चले जाएंगे, but as a student of geography, the gas and special mapping, we need to know कि कहाँ है और कहाँ नहीं है. So that is important. So we need to take this data so that we can get to know कि कहाँ हम उसको health center को establish करें और बनाएं वगैरह. Next please. Then we have the special pattern of 4 major criteria, vulnerability cyclones, then so these are the in totality the 4 maps, that is a vulnerability map, exposure map, cyclone, tropical cyclone hazard map, and mitigation capacity. Where the mitigation capacity is high and where mitigation capacity is low. So these are the areas where the low mitigation capacity is the index and the very high capacity. So wherever there is a low mitigation capacity, there is need to have a mitigation capacity. By the government, state government and all. Next please. This is the special pattern of tropical cyclone risk map, the final output map. Next please. Then this in our studio what we do is we try to get the block-wise spatial distribution of this map, because at the block level we do not have the planning, strong planning. what all we have in India is the national and state level planning is very strong, but at the local level, the planning and decision making is somehow less or missing even today after 75 years of independence. So what we have, these are the blocks named, and these are the index that shows how much area is under the cyclonic storm, and this side what we have, the some blocks are there, some blocks are here, and this is a risk map. So risk map in terms of area and percent. Now if you see there are two blocks which are under very high risk. Very area is very high, which is under high risk. This one and this one. Next, please. Then we applied XAI, and we try to see the two blocks. What I was showing is Kanas and Janathan Prasad block. So what we see that these are the roads. These are the heads, centers, roads. These are playing a very important role because the value is in plus 0.3 something. And if you see, similarly, we have for entire blocks, what we have done, we have calculated, these are the sum to show, go back, just one back. So if you say Kanas and Jagannath Prasad, go back, previous slide please. So in these two, what we have, the area is very high. The percent of area is very high. More than 35% of area is in the very high risk zone. Next please. Next please, I've showed it. Now to conclude, I'm on time. To conclude, the study is of first of its kind in the sense that in this region it utilizes remote and GIS and machine learning. There are n number of studies that has been done. There's nothing new, but all these three techniques has been applied. So this is new, that is published in a good journal. As per 2011 census, approximately 33% of total Odisha total population reside in these coastal districts. And even today, I repeatedly say that these areas are being neglected. In spite of so much government effort, state government and central disaster authorities. We use 71 parameters to categorize 4 major criteria: vulnerability, exposure, hazards, mitigation. The study covers 62% of the highly vulnerable areas and 35% of risk goes. Almost entire study area is susceptible to tropical cyclone, except the southernmost part. The blocks in the eastern and northern region of Ganjam, Barak and Baleshwar district, as well as part of Jagatpur and Puri districts are divided high risk zone. So it is a need of our today that we need to take care so that the people do not get further impacted in case the cyclonic storm, natural phenomena, it is bound to happen, but one need to think of, we should not only think of the fast economic growth and fourth largest, fastest growing economy of the world, but I feel that as a student of geography, as a humanitarian ground, we need to think more on about the poor people and the most backward, in the most backward parts, not only Odisha and Bihar and Bengal, but also the southern states also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have raised a very important question, and in detail only you have analyzed the thing. What you have said, the thing is that you are publishing the paper. Instead of that, actually, if you distribute the detailed mapping to the block level officers, BGOs and other thing, and even the thing is that the panchayat and the volunteers of the disaster management cell of the block levels, that will help, because actually they won't go and read the paper. So instead of that, only the thing is that if they'll have, at least they'll be able to.
Sure, ma'am.
It's a really very good.
Sure, ma'am. We have published this open access journal. So it is easy for me, as Mandaji will distribute, I'll be happy to distribute, I'll be happy to send the person copy by then, and I'll put it on our social media. Thank you, sir. Yeah, block level. Thank you, sir.
May I call upon Professor Nandini Singh, please come over the dais and present your paper. Nandini. She is speaking on mountains in transition, environment development dynamics in the Eastern Himalaya. So we will be listening from her what is happening in the Eastern Himalaya. She's from the Rajiv Gandhi University. I think you have to complete it in 30 minutes.
Very good morning to the guest audience present here, Madam Chairperson. थोड़ा सा डर गई हूँ इतना हाई टेक्निकल पेपर सुनने के बाद. I belong to the human being और मुझे लगता है कि we cannot ignore human beings because whatever we are doing, whatever we keep doing has a large impact on whatever we are talking. So right from all the very eyebrows at and Kalpi, whatever I heard, before that, Professor Pandey, I bring it to you the human aspect and what I feel here is that when we talk about mountains, they are not just physical spaces. What I understand mountains, what I see as mountains is also reorganization of sociological space. And Eastern Himalayas are so important that we cannot do. I would like to start with the fact that once I was in Zero, I was doing my work and while interacting with one lady following, Zero Valley is the UNESCO site. So I was talking to her and she just pointed to one direction and said, see, this was the place where we had trees, a forest, water. They used to tell us many things. But today there is concrete. And I don't know what will the future will tell it to our children. So the message was so deep, And it just caught me. I said, yes, what is happening? And then when I was thinking on this topic, I thought, let me just start with it. All of us know what is happening. It's like this. Yeah. So what I have started is that what is changing in Eastern Himalayas. Already I am not going upon much because the physical aspect is much taken care of with many experts who have been doing. But I believe that the Eastern Himalayas are undergoing rapid environmental, developmental and cultural transition. Hydropower, development and cultural transition in hydropower, roads, tourism, militarization. We were just coming and we were talking because I and my husband, whenever we were traveling, we keep trying to take the local aspect. And the taxi person was telling us that आपको एक बात बताएं, चारों तरफ आर्मी है, मिलिटराइजेशन बहुत है. So it's very important. But the impact that is happening is what I'm trying to guess, trying to draw what is happening. So these transitions will reshape landscape, livelihood, identities and cultural identities. Mountains in transition point to holistic social shift. Mountains in transition describe not only ecological and developmental change, but also deep social and cultural transformation unfolding simultaneously across the Eastern Himalayas. And in my paper, I am trying to focus on that. Next slide, please. Yeah. So there are not just phenomenal, it's a multi-layered social cultural transition, as I said. And if we see the landscape changing, so do cultural practices. As we see the landscape, cultural practices, social relations, resource institutions, community identities, and if we see through social and cultural lens, then environmental shifts reshape livelihoods, mobility, ritual settlement patterns, development, road, dams, markets, reconfigures institution identities and issues, all that we talk about comes into this. Next one, please. So, this is what is actually happening. Taking place. So, we have rising temperatures and glacial activity. Just now we heard a paper before that. Erratic rainfall and extreme flood waves. Rapid hydropower expansion. Strategic road and water infrastructure. Growth and accelerating urbanization and tourism. Okay, so next slide, please. This is what I thought that talking a little bit of touching on the physical factor. One of the world's richest biodiversity landscape across steep elevation gradients, headquarters for major rivers. So already a lot has been talking about it. We have been hearing a lot about it. But what I want to focus on is this. I'm talking about high cultural and linguistic diversity. Many communities depend directly on land and water. A hotspot for compound risk, seismicity, and extreme rainfall added land. Next slide, please. So this is what I thought, let us put it like this. This is what we are having. Next one, please. Yeah. So what I was listening, I was incorporating yesterday where the tension emerged actually. We see so zones of ecological and social tension we have. River fragmentation, altered sediment regimes, increased landslide due to slope cutting, forest loss and habitat fragmentation, water stress and expanding in towns, growing livelihood vulnerability. The core tension lies where fragile geomorphology meets aggressive transformation, particularly along rivers, sloping forests. This is the physical part we're talking about. Next one, please. Yeah. So beyond these changes, what matters is the fact that the Eastern Himalayas exemplify socio-ecological transition zone where environment and development dynamics directly shape cultural continuity, identity, politics, community independence. The mountains are not just physical spaces, which I have been taking. They are cultural terrains whose transformation triggers shifts in social organization, custom and institution, and inter-community relation. The region is as a dynamic special formation where environment and society evolve and integrate. The Eastern Himalayas are a constantly evolving socio-political system. So the natural process that we have been talking about is produces new spatial arrangements that after livelihood, identity and cultural landscapes. Communities adapt their social and cultural spaces in response to these changes. Thus, environment and society co-produce space, making the mountains a dynamic spatial formation. Next one, please. Now, with this kind of an idea, I thought that I have used here the Feathers productions of space system, epistemology of that. And, if we go by the Feathers ideas, then we have got three types of space that we use. One is the perceived space. That's the everyday space they have, like grazing, farming, mobility, passive use. Now, I've taken case studies, two case studies I've taken, shall come later. Then they have a concept space. Now this concept space is what state or the planning organization have given them. They hydropower maps, showing road and schools and such. This is something that we conceive, the planners conceive and we give it to them. But their personal space and concept space is very, very different. And the lived space. So the lived space is where actually they are practicing and connecting. So we have sacred rivers, mountains, forests, and they have their memories and identities with it. Then with administration, what happens? We take commercial or strategic abstract space. This is crucial understanding. When we talk about tourism, we are commercializing the mountains virtually. We are giving them a situation in which they have to say. So when you look at the diagram and you see this is what I have tried to imply here. The next one, please. So this already I said that this is how it causes space of social to produce partial concept. spaces. So development, cultural transition, Hyderabad, road, tourism, event, these are the factors. If we look at this, there are many, but we cannot. Next one, please. Next slide, yeah. So this is what we have the drivers. We have these drivers of transport based in Himalayas, we have hydropower, roads connectivity. All this is already we're talking about. So fragile mountain ecosystem is getting compounded from all sides. This is what I was trying to do. Next one, please. Well, I've taken just two. One is hydropower. This is an illustrated diagram which shows that how it has been increasing over the years, how it has been, how the area has undergoing things. So this is not exactly a figure, but this is just an illustrated diagram which I have taken. Next one, please. This is the road. So both you can see the infrastructure. When coming to the university itself, you can see how much construction is going around everywhere. Arunachal especially is going through a lot of transition, a lot of road things, which is necessary. Next one, please. So looking into this, two main drivers, we take this as a factor: development, environment, society, and culture. While development is necessary, roads, dams, tourism, urbanization, environment, river erosion, social development. Then these two we take: society, livelihood, change, mobility, and institution. And then finally we come to culture, that is sacred landscape, identity, memory, and identity development. Next one, please. Yeah, so what have been the drivers of hydropower trends? We cannot ignore that. We have to accept this. So massive hydropower potential industry, these are the drivers which have brought such massive changes. And well, these are all the factors which I thought already known, but I just listed it down. What are the factors which has brought in hydropower trends in Eastern Himalayas? Massive hydropower trends. Drivers of road network increase, of course, one very, very important factor is strategic Indo-China water security in the entire Eastern Himalayas we are talking about. Hydropower development, tourism expansion, market integration, disaster response, aspiration for modern infrastructure. All these are drivers which are bringing in change. Very, very true, we cannot ignore them. Next one, please. Yeah, so this is the relationship we have, development, environment, society, culture, service. This is how they link with each other. And I have used the database concept from space, put it in between, and you see that how this is operating around the development aspect. Next one, please. Well, this is the same thing which I have just shown. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. But the question is what I started with, I'll come back to the same point. How this, no doubt these drivers are important and they're happening. We cannot stop them, they are necessary. But how have they impacted? So road have multidimensional impacts, transforming land, society, culture, and space. Physical impact. We have physical. No. Please go back to the astronomy. So physical impact: slope, instability, and landslide. Road cutting, erosion, fragile areas. Now, if you look at this chronic landslide, NH10 in Sikkim and Balipada, Tawangur, Arunachal, we have this permanent problem. Then erosion and sedimentation. This is happening. Forest fragmentation is happening. Road corridor split, wildlife habitat, increased human-wildlife conflict. Next one, please. Yeah. So socio-economic impact, market integration. So this is very, very significant. Traditional barter shift towards cash economy, increased dependence on external goods, livelihood shift. The livelihood shift is creating a big sort of problem. Touch, transport, tourism, construction, job expand, decline in agricultural livelihoods. Then migration pattern change. Youth mobility increases, seasonal migration becomes common, community inequality, those near the roads gain, those interior areas lag behind. In Arunachal, I think if everybody is from here, my colleague Professor Panak is here, villages shift near the road. This is what is happening, a new trend. Villages after villages, they shift from their traditional place to near the road just because of connectivity, because they want to attend to, they want to have access. And because the road is planned in some other way, so they will leave their traditional place, shift the whole thing come up, but in the process they lose their land. And then they start doing some other job, labor or something, and in the process the whole community faces a big sort of existence challenge. This is a common thing which is very affecting the youth especially. So cultural identity impacts. So for what has happened is sacred sites, springs, forests, mountain shrine gets disturbed. When there is a construction happening, the planners don't take into these things because it cannot work otherwise. So this goes. Noise pollution, heavy traffic after ritual spaces, this is all there. Then cultural commodification. Road access brings tourists, cultural performance pontificate like anything. I think every other house is now a homestay. Every other house, they have a homestay. And the kind of problems that are coming up, when you talk to them, they say, but they cannot live it because now they're getting used to that as their main occupation. The loss of pasture and indigenous community, traditional routes replaced by motor routes, ritual movements, cycle disrupted. This is happening in the interior of Arunachal. Next slide, please. So I have taken two case studies. One is high altitude transhuman passages of West Kamai and Tawan West. Recently I have done a work on this that was published. I have taken the Dokpa. The Dokpas, which are transhumans, and they have been contributing to the traditional economic system. So now when you look at this Dokpas, they are young-based transhumans moving seasonally across high altitude pasture. From Brok comes the word Dokpa. Their live spaces includes pastoral routes, winter, summer, migratory cycle. They have a cycle. They move to within certain elevations, and they create a kind of thing. They contribute a lot. They have been contributing a lot in the system. But now, sacred trading grounds linked to clan deities. What happens is that the clan deities are in a particular sacred ground, and accordingly they move. So they're not. That's not a space for them. It's much more than that. Then ritual altars placed along transhuman pathways. Then communal breathing rights governed through customary institution, meaning space, pastoral rhythm, cosmology, and economic mind. This is just a synthesis, which you see. Then perceived space, everyday practice, daily herding, raging, forest collection, and ritual offering. Movement is circular, seasonal, ecological, landscape is inevitable as a social and spiritual partner, not as a resource. We are seeing it as a resource. Next one, please. So what the impacts of that has done? So we take the Diran highway. So BRO strategic, of course, is a very strategic road and feeder road cuts across Beijing. So what has happened? Because of army movement, we need this of course, but this has cut across their Beijing borders. We look at the scenario. What are the consequences? They have got fragmentation of pastures, shrinking of migratory routes, noise and military traffic disturbing herds, first sedimentation of pasture. Tourism infrastructure, Bidan, Santi Valley, Selabad becoming tourism hotspot. Now with the opening of the tunnel, this is something that will happen. So Broka villages commercialized as authentic cultural destination. People start visiting. We organize tours to the Broka villages and this is how it used to be. And this is bringing a big kind of a disturbance for them. Loss of autonomy over cultural performance, stage identity. Stage identity means even we have, when there is a cultural program, let there be a Broka dance, let there be something, let there be proper, this is happening. Then urban and military expansion, army camps occupy high pastures, restricted area reduced building. Next one please. So again the same thing I take up, live concept space and reverse concept I will take. So this is what I was talking about, how they have adapted resilience, shifting to hybrid livelihoods, yard plus tourism plus wage work. Now this is becoming a kind of a very big problem for them when they come to do labor work. They don't understand the system. They don't know, of course, the first generation, but the transformation is very painful. Shifting to hybrid, now reducing migration and distances, negotiating with army and state for pasture access, ritual revival to assert cultural identity. Most often they have this conflict because they enter this army area and they are saying that you have trespassed and they are penalized and all this is happening. Next one please. I'll just quickly glance through. So this is the matrix of second. Professor Fedos is here. So this is what we, I thought that would be good to have a comparison. The same thing. Can we have the next slide? Yeah. So this is the impact development that we have. Just quickly going through. These are impact development and change. Hydropower project, all this is happening, drying of water, river flow, increased landslides. It's all for the physical geographers here, they will understand it better. But I thought that this actually creates a lot of pressure on them. Now, if you look at the whole thing, younger generation pulled into tourism and urban work, this is happening. And the last one which I would like to highlight, cultural mapping initiative we talked about. Now, this is what should we do? What should we do? That is the next question. Next slide, please. So, this is a comparative Brockpass versus lectures. I have just taken the aspect and what is happening, lake space, main development exposure, impact elements, and you can see the comparison which I have done quickly. Next, please. So, the same thing, labor plus professional space, I will just skip it. Next one, please. So cultural landscape continues. What becomes clear is already I have said. So quickly I'll glance through. So the main points is cultural landscape theory shows development of the space of memory, identity and ritual, not just physical terrain. Then what is the implication? Environmental change is also cultural loss. Then implication standard development models not to fit mountain environments. Resilience theory shows communities respond through cultural revival, livelihood adaptation, identity affection. And the implication is despite pressure, cultural resilience persists through anyway. Just last two more. Yeah. Next one please. This is what is the thing. What does the synthesis show? Quickly just going through, development impacts are multiscalar, impacts are not neutral, space is connecting lens, indigenous life forms are made vulnerable. Next one please. Yeah. So what should we do? We cannot just say development should not be there. We cannot ignore it. As I said, the drivers are too important to ignore. Therefore, I feel personally, and I also, when going through all the work that we take, I think we can take these steps as there, recognize culture and live space in planning laws, move from technocratic planning to spatially sensitive planning, apply community impact assessment, stem the indigenous participation, integrate resilience-based approaches, balance development with cultural continuity, promote cultural landscape evolution. These are all talks which have been happening in the ivory towers, but the last one is, to conclude, recognize, can you do the next one? Yeah. So, the Eastern Himalayas are a coupled system developed in shape, environment risk and vice versa. Extreme events and community impacts and new baseline planning must move beyond single project assessment. Nature, positive risk, positive curvature can deliver connectivity and growth while protecting the system. Equity and participation are not add-ons, they are prerequisites for the overall outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nandini, you have spoken about the different spaces in our thing. According to me, the thing is that the environmental impact assessment and management plans, if those who are preparing these things, if they do it honestly and if it's implemented properly, I don't think so that you will be able to raise this sort of a problem because these things are there in the management plan and implementation is
Actually, we discuss this in seminars, conferences. But like for example, when we have seen these communities which are marginalized or very small are not represented, but they do have a big role. Because in the later part what happens, the identity becomes a crisis. And then the identity crisis begins and the political instability that comes up, that recognition factor. Me being in Arunachal for quite some time, feeling this way, you can feel the youths, how they react. And then they start having questioning their own identities.
we'll have the discussion
Yeah, thank you.
afterwards.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Now may I call upon PSK Rajapakshe from Raja University of Sri Lanka. Then he'll be speaking on restoration of village tank cascade systems for enhancing climate resilient rural livelihoods in Sri Lanka. Try to complete within
Okay.
12 to 15 minutes.
Right. Good morning, everyone. It is immense pleasure to be here. And first and foremost, I must thank Dr. Arindam for inviting me for this important event. Right. The title of my presentation, the restorations of village tank cascade system for enhancing the climate resilience rural livelihood in Sri Lanka. I think when tackling the challenges in 21st century, environmental economics also can play a vital role. So, next. Yeah, this is just all my presentations. Next, please. Yeah, next. I think this statement by the King Parakramabahu perfectly captured one of the most remarkable hydrological civilization in Sri Lanka. So, next please. So 25 years ago, it's one of the finest hydrological civilization in the world. So I mean the cascades, it's not the cascades, it's not just a single dam. The cascades system is historically and ecologically significant water management system. It's developed over the thousands of years. The system consists of number of interconnected tanks in topographically sequential manner to supply irrigation and sustain a local livelihood. It's not just for the irrigations, but for the many ecological services, environmental services provides. BTS provide a lot of environmental services, provisional, regulatory, supporting and cultural services. So the cascades in the diazones is made up about 4 to 25 single tanks. Next please. Next one please. Right. It's a VTSR village and cascade system are complex ecosystems that serve as the lifeblood of the agricultural economy and the cornerstone of the nation's food security. So VTS, village and cascade system itself is a nature-based solution for the climate resilience, water security, and so and so. So because of that, it was recognized as a globally important agricultural heritage system by the FAO in 2018. So the next one, please. Yeah, VTS was not one engineering project. Nowadays, engineering are more focused on the supply sides. I mean, they are more focused on the supply side, not much focused on the demand side, the public, the preferences of the farmers and so on. They are more focused on taking water from one entity to another entity, but not taking into account the ecosystem services in a broad sense, because they are just only focused on more irrigation benefits and the market benefits, but quite often some other ecological functions, the ecosystem services. Right, next one please. Yeah, these are some of the services provided by the village can cascade system, some provisional services. Next please. Yeah, that's some pictures. Next one please. Yeah, in Sri Lanka there are three core zones of cascades. One is the north and north central, northwestern and southeastern. There are more than 10,000 active tanks in Sri Lanka, and also more than 1,000 cascades now current functioning. Next please. Yeah, I mean, this is show that they destroyed a lot of ecosystem services. Even if you touch this one, then you can access to. There are a lot of ecosystem services, wind barriers, sediment control, soil water control, illusions, and so on. So there are a lot of ecosystem services provided by the cascade system. Right. The next one, please. Yeah, this is another view of the cascades, village dams, cascade, how that provide the different ecosystem services. Right, next one please. Yeah, this is the structure of the cascade. This is the bigger dam, that is the lower part of the cascade. That's interconnected tanks, so you can visualize how the cascade functions. So, right, the next one please. Yeah, that's provide a lot of ecosystem services. That's water for the irrigations, the aesthetics, and many ecosystem services. This demonstrates the different ecosystem services, habitat for wildlife, nature-based tourism, and so on. That demonstrate the cascade provide the many ecosystem services apart from the irrigation benefits. Like, yes, please. Yeah, this is Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, categorized ecosystem services into the different ways, and then especially the regulatory services, provisional services, and the regulatory services, and supporting services and the cultural services. Provisional means in a value point of view is all the use value, or the direct use value, regulatory ecosystem services, and the supporting services like soil formations, nutrient recycling, habitat protections and so on, and the cultural services side as well. So it is important from management point of view, it is important to identify and monetize, value the ecosystem services to provide the information for the policy decision as well. Yeah, the next one. Yeah, these are some of the provisional services or the direct use value provided by the cascade system. Yes, next one please. Yeah, some of the foods and foods provided by the cascades can be foods. Yeah, the next one please. Inland fishing and so on. Yeah. Some tank-based value additions, like, yes, next please. Tank-based ecotourism and so on. Right, next one please. Some cultural services, rituals and so on. Yeah. Yeah, in our research, we going to value these ecosystem services in a different valuation method. If you are familiar with the environmental, maybe there's some valuations method. You can use different valuation methods to capture the values. Functional services, because usually they are marketable, exchange in the market, so you can use the market methods to value the direct use values, some of the indirect use values, and non-use value, like BKS value, existence, and optional value. So this is the framework we use to value the ecosystem services for the VTCS to provide the evidence-based decision making. The next one, please. Yeah, but the problem is that there are many issues in the VTS at the moment because of the land use changes, population pressure, lack of maintenance, because earlier it's managed through the community-based systems. Because what we proposed, what Elena Ostrom proposed, governing the commons. Because we have, there are many other examples, because Elena Ostrom challenged the traditional theory of Garrett Harding, what is called the tragedy of commons. But if we can, the Harding believed that if there is no, if it is not privatized or managed by the central government, that can be the tragedy. But the Ostrom theory argued that if we can establish the well institutions based on the norms, regulations and so on, then we can manage the common property in a sustainable manner. So in this research, we also propose a kind of payment for ecosystem services and the reward for ecosystem based on this Elena Ostrom's the concept of managing the common property. Right. Because the thing is that the current policy and investment decision overlook the diverse services of this system. The current decisions only focus on the narrow cost benefit. The financial cost benefits perspective, but often ignore the broader economic benefits or the ecosystem services or the ecosystem utilities and the disutilities. The next one, please. Yeah, this is just some of the existing issues in the VTCS, village tank cascade system, degradation of upper catchment, agricultural pressures, ecological consequences and so on. Next one, please. Yeah, just with that background, our objective of this to design a mechanism for revitalizing the ecosystem services of VTS to ensure the ecological sustainability and enhance rural livelihoods. The next one, please. Yeah, we propose to introduce the two mechanisms. One is the payment for ecosystem services. When we say ecosystems, there are ecosystem beneficiaries and the producers. In the upper catchment, there are producers. Maybe the farmers, dwellers, and so on. But in the downstream, there are users. So then there is a concept called, the payment for ecosystem services. If you can formalize the system, then the users can pay the beneficiaries can pay for the users for to practice the more sustainable land use practices for the soil erosion control and so and so. Right. Yeah, the next one, please. Yeah, this is the proposed the test mechanism actually for that one. Maybe there are maybe service beneficiaries. Even can be the government taking the water for the public utility supply. So even they also become kind of users as well. Maybe the authorities, business, maybe the tourism sector. So they can contribute for the service providers to maintain the VTS for the long term. this is the base on the what is called the PES, payment for ecosystem mechanism. The next one, please. Yeah, we also trying to integrate into the traditional ecological knowledge based on this three traditional concepts called the Betma, and then the Betma means the land sharing and the water sharing. Because when the dry season there is no enough water to tailenders. What they do, they share the lands in the adjacent to the dam with the tailenders. That is called the Betma. And there is a kind of harvesting sharing mechanism, and the Pangu is called sharing labor, or they are maintaining collectively. So based on these three concepts, we just try to develop an institutional framework based on the Ostron's theory to propose a reward for ecosystems management system. Actually, the Betma and then Pangu, these three concepts itself, themselves are kind of a reward for a system. So we have actually recently we have submitted a research paper to the Journal of Environmental Management on connecting traditional ecological practices and reward for ecosystem services to be resilience, that based on how we can incorporate this Ostrom theory of governing the commons to manage the BTCS. Right, the next one please. Yeah, this is the kind of how we can incorporate this traditional concept into manage the BTCS three concepts, the Betma system, shared cropping system, and like the other sharing cropping. This is the sharing lands and the water, actually, not the Betma and the Pangu is a community land sharing, the maintenance and labor sharing and so on. The next one, please. Yeah, this is just further explain how we incorporate this the principles of governing the commons into to manage the traditional system in Sri Lanka for managing the BTCS. So we argue that the interaction between Betma and then Pangu create a social element environment that supports the creation and maintenance of a reward for ecosystems scheme based on risk sharing and limited tangible rewards that are reinforced by the social networks surrounding the BTC. Like the next one, please. Yeah, this with the conclusion. So BTCs represent the types. It's a time-tested socio-political landscape that integrates hydrology, agriculture, and the water governance and culture. So ecosystem services provided by the BTS extend far beyond irrigations. As I said, that beyond irrigation, there are many ecosystem services, other provisional, regulatory, cultural, and other services. So revitalization require recognition and economically valuing, because just very important to identify and value these systems economically as well. So well-designed best mechanisms grounded in local institutions and social capital can restore ecological integrity while enhancing the climate resilient rural livelihoods. So with that, I conclude.
Thank you very much. You have taken up a very good work, that is a tank casket system, and what you have said, that is sharing the land, tenant, harvest and water, labor. Then that case, like the people share everything with everyone, I think that there will be no inequality in your area. Thank you very much. It's the last paper. I'll request Professor Rana Basu from York University, Canada. Please come to the dais and present your paper. She'll be presenting on the geopolitics of education and ecologies of peace, a tri-city framework. Not dais.
Hello? I'm the last person to present, and I'm between your lunch or tea, and so I'll try to keep it between 20 minutes, but if I go a little extra, just make sure I stop before. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, especially Professor Arindam Basak and his team for this kind invitation. It is such a privilege and honor to participate at the IIG conference here once again in North Bengal University. And I would like to thank you very much for your warm and exceptional hospitality. One of the objectives laid out for the IIG conference this year is to deliberate upon the evolving landscape of geographical thought and practice in the 21st century by navigating trends and tackling challenges. Much of what was discussed yesterday. In this regard, I would like to address the urgent question of the geopolitics of displacement in relation to education, urbanization, and ecologies of peace. So I'm going to hope this works. Yeah. So we are living, as we all know, in unprecedented times of conflict. At the end of 2024, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the UNHCR, estimated that over 123.2 million people worldwide were forcibly displaced, and we know the numbers have increased. The disruptive forces of global displacement caused by ongoing wars, climate change, environmental displacement, so much of which we've heard over the past 2 days, or economic hardships, as we all know, have become one of the most critical and defining challenges of our time. So you can here see the rapid increase. Many of these are children. And in this regard, we can see that the urgency of this crisis expressed by Filippo Grandi, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and the UN Secretary, they note, and I highlight here, every year in the last decade, the numbers have climbed. The international community comes together, either has to come together to take action to address this human tragedy, resolve conflicts, and find lasting solutions, or this terrible trend will continue. This is a political crisis. It will only be solved with solidarity and political will. And one of the most important points is that the international community must therefore address the root causes, and I think this is some of the issues that we've been discussing in this conference. What are the root causes of climate change and displacement? What are the root causes of social inequality to mitigate the risk of future conflicts unfolding in increasingly fragile state? I also wanted to bring up that much of these dynamics have been further changed and require serious contemplation. For instance, as the Times of India reported 2 days ago when I was flying in to Bagdogra, the year 2026, as we all know, opened with Trump capturing Maduro in Venezuela, underscoring the extent to which even a major state's sovereignty can be constrained by US military reach. So this is sort of the added layers of conflict and that we have to keep in mind. I also want to acknowledge the land where I currently work and live in. I live in Takaronto, which is the original Mohawk name for Toronto, that translates to the place in the water where the trees are standing. And in recent years in Canada, we have once again been reminded through the Truth and Reconciliation Report, which is now 10 years that has been since it's been published, of the violent impacts of colonialism and the residential school system on Indigenous communities across Canada and Turtle Island. The hundreds of unmarked graves of children who were forced to attend residential schools that were created to isolate Indigenous children from their own native culture and forced to assimilate into the dominant culture of a period of over 100 years, the last one closed as recently as 1996, is considered a cultural genocide. Now I bring this up as an important reminder to all of us that settler colonialism, as is other forms of imperialism, is not something of the past, but continues to the present day in different forms and structures. These lessons are critical for those invested in the study of forced displacement, trauma, and the implications of education on the human condition. So thus, interpreting the role of education in societal change as it relates to questions of global violence and displacement requires what Gramsci terms as a philosophy of praxis. What then is this philosophy of praxis as it relates to questions of peace? This presentation draws on geopolitical framings of subalterity in education as a possible analytical framework to explore this question of ecologies of displacement and pedagogies of peace. I will argue that the ecologies of displacement as it relates to violence and displacement cannot be analyzed in the absence of the geopolitics of imperial hegemony compounded by the logics of the neoliberal state. Envisioning pedagogies of peace as a counter-narrative, aside from its literary component, but as a radical strategy of transnational consciousness building, needs to be further strengthened by the role of state-based local institutions, something that most of us have been talking about, such as schools, and you mentioned hospitals and other sorts of local agencies for environmental disaster precautions. So these local sites are very important for broader praxis and civic engagement. As Indigenous scholar Baptiste notes, every conception of humanity arises from a specific place and from the people of that place. Next, please. So, setting the context, I hope I've given you a bit of a context, and this brief presentation is part of a broader project on subalterity, public education, and welfare cities, comparing the geopolitics of forced displacement and the praxis of cities in 3 cities. The project explores the dire consequences of geopolitical displacement, and I'll talk about that in a moment, in its multiple forms and practices in 3 urban regions. In Kolkata, and Kolkata urban region reaching out to the Sundarban and many other places, looking at Havana, right from Havana to Guantanamo in Cuba, and looking at Toronto. And each of these have their unique geographies and histories of post-partition politics in Bengal, as we all know, in terms of the largest number of refugees, to think about Havana in terms of a socialist state since 1959 and prides itself as a ciudad de paz, and Toronto, which is a settled colonial city and very much prides itself as a wilderness city and a sanctuary city. So how does this work? And this project also deals with various issues of sustainability overlapping with quality education, reduced inequalities, and the urban side of it, and peace as well. So the outline is as follows. I've already set out the context, why the geopolitics of education is important. I have set out the tri-city dialogical framework context, and now I'd like to present 2 frameworks and then followed by a methodology, and if time permits, just brief pictures from the fields, because each one deserves its own presentation. So just to move on to the geopolitics of and the spatialities of displacement, I want to talk about 3 distinct types of displacement. First is displacement number 1, which relates to imperialist displacement in Cuba, and they have experienced subalterity through economic, financial, and commercial illegal international blockades and sanctions that has resulted in very, very dire circumstances since the 60s. And also through military occupation in Guantanamo, as you might know, and this gap is not addressed in migration studies. The question of sanctions, blockades is not addressed, and probably it will, given the state of the world situation as it is right now. What I also wanted to add here is that since, and I'll come back to this, is what happened after 6th January 2026 in Venezuela, which impacted the oil crisis in Cuba since the 26th of January, just a few weeks ago, and I'll share a few slides on that after that, the implications of that just after this. In terms of displacement, number 2 is post-partition. Those of you in the audience know this much better than I do, but subalterity through exile, questions of forced migration and global flow, and the condition of post-colonial condition of dispossession and displacement. in many parts, as we've just heard, the eastern coastline, Sundarbans, there's very much the question of climate, displacement, and an economic context of subalternity that is created. And in Canada, where I've done most of my work as well, there is settler colonialism, which I just mentioned earlier. There's also a large number of migrants, so both indigenous, the post-colonial condition of dispossession and displacement is still being very much, there's a struggle and tensions over that. And settler migrants and dual displacements where a lot of forced migrants have made Toronto and Canada their home. So what has this got to do in terms of understanding it through the spatial production of space? We can think of the spatial production of imperialist offensive in terms of territorial containment in the case of Cuba and the implications on everyday life. In terms of the Indian case, the spatial production of post-colonial, post-partition trauma, again, territorial containment and dispersal and the politics of that. And in the case of Canada, the spatial production of settler, forced migrant hegemony in terms of territorial fragmentation. And each of these case studies, there are numerous case studies, I'll go through that in a moment, each have been led by different kinds of motivation, what are the methods, different strategies and forms in terms of the question of displacement, but also political resistance. We cannot forget the agency political resistance to imperialist, post-colonial, settler colonial hegemony, each with their own particular geographies and historical legacies that remain. So the second framework again deals with the question of education, state-based education. What are the frameworks they're working within? What are these implications of these frameworks of the question? What is the education intellectual production of knowledge societies? I've looked at so what are the implications for peace building? And the education introduction of production of knowledge societies in relation to forced migration. When I was doing this work in Cuba, they kind of urged me and sort of pushed me to think about the questions of peace, and so that's how peace came into the question. So on one hand, there is sort of this dominant neoliberal ideology of how we understand education, that is competitive on marketization, individualization, austerity and audit cultures related to detention, trafficking, violence, child labor, sexual and other violations and trauma. And what are the consequences of that on the peace-building process? It's led to retrenchment and cutbacks, inequities in the city, in the system, and we heard yesterday about different kinds of indicators of spatial inequalities, and that's very much evident in different kinds of systems, social polarization and alienation, hierarchies and unjust orders, and other kinds of consequences. But what is the alternative? And there are alternatives historical in terms of thinking through education critically as a critical ideology. Education is praxis, radical and transformative. If we want to think about the question that was raised in terms of building solidarity. The Cuban model, which I've been studying for the last decade or so, is very fascinating. And it started off with the literacy campaign, the anti-colonial movement, which the legacies still remain today. Education as revolution, the first slide that I started off on the title page, I use that over and over, which looks at education in a much, much more broader context. Rabindranath Tagore was just having a conversation this morning with Professor Chakraborty about questions of Rabindranath Tagore and peace, spent time in Shakuntikon. We have wonderful historical models here that talk about alternative roles. Subhash Chandra Bose's role in KMC schools, Ambedkar's role in Dalit education. We have a lot of rich theories to draw from. Gramscian models, as I mentioned, education relationships as core of hegemony, looking at education beyond the confines of academia. Paulo Freire's work, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Decolonization, Indigenous, really interesting indigenous models of education. Some of you touched on it in your work. And anti-racist models and radical back-feminist thought like Hedberg. So there's lots of kind of alternative critical ideologies, a dialogue that builds towards peace-building, transformative education, and its systemic change and agencies. And the role is, of course, consciousness raising, conscientization, realization of historical, geopolitical structures of oppression and solidarity building on one hand, collective dialogue for transformative change on the other, youth empowerment and self-sufficiency through intellectual and social capital, reclaiming confidence, dignity, and pride and identity. And Madam, your point about bringing alternative methods to the communities for them to kind of build this consciousness is also part of that dialogue. So I spent a lot of time kind of outlining the kind of frameworks and theoretical frameworks and so forth. And this is kind of the methodologies that I've been using for a very long time. It involved fieldwork, visits to schools, to understand the neighborhood context and spend time in the schools, interviews with educational stakeholders, principal teachers, administrators, teaching myself in these schools as well, drawing on archives to get a historical understanding, museums, National Archives, Ministry of Education, data, doing a lot of critical GIS mapping to understand social demographic and other kind of indices, using both census and education and school data at different scalar levels, and very importantly is community and collaborative participatory research and praxis, which takes up most of my time in this work, whether school events, community mapping, teaching in class, farming, site, citywide events, solidarity events, maybe consulting model schools, data analysis, and so forth. And film has been part of this, film photography and website. We've had developed short films, websites where international scholars have been working on similar questions in other parts of the world, like Brazil and Bangladesh, Colombia, and a few other places, Kerala, and addressing similar questions, but in their own needs. And then just to give you a brief, do I have much time, but just to give you a brief kind of tri-city education dialogical context where the cities and they speak to each other. We have, I would summarize the Cuban context of schools as revolutionary frontiers, based on the literacy campaign movement, based on some work in Caimanera, based on school visits and public space and educational realm. And Kolkata to PLENARY, Sundarban, Darjeeling, and hopefully Shantiniketan also. I've studied 18 schools, and in Cuba 12 schools, schools within and without borders. Kolkata, KMC municipal schools, the right to education, looking at non-profit schools, 4 schools in PLENARY, and 1 in Radhanagar in the Sundarban. And then Toronto, of course, I've spoken about this before, but the neoliberalization of education in Toronto, looking at spaces of retrenchment, but also looking at questions of resistance and peace building, which is quite fascinating. And just to summarize, before, if we have any time for pictures, I won't, but I'll just quickly summarize what the pictures will include. Stories. There's a UN model of education, which is very much a universalist orientation. And that really focuses on sustainable development in a protectionist model. It's very ubiquitous. It focuses on conflict-affected areas and reduces vulnerabilities and more resiliency. The Cuba is very much a socialist orientation. It anti-imperialist claims to its own sovereignty, and the socialist citizenship model looks at education as revolution. There is a collective ethos and political consciousness, equal access to all levels of education, and so forth. And the main theme is here peace and belonging. In Toronto, it is settlement integration model in terms of settlement and integrating forced migrants and others within the context of a neoliberal multiculturalism. And their belonging is kind of focused. And finally, in Kolkata, we have very much a poverty alleviation model, which again, there's lots of factors that lead to it, but questions of violence and survival are very much focused. I don't have time to go through this, I'm just ending up, but the pictures speak for themselves. You can see a lot of, in the Canadian context, people coming from many countries, from all over the world, primarily urban, settling in neighborhoods, and the right to the city is integrated multiplicity, where migrants, Toronto prides itself as a city of diversity, very much reflected in the landscape, but also thinks of itself through the migrant lens of an alternative city. And they have built not just ethnic neighborhoods, but neighborhoods where people live close together, in close proximity from various parts of the world. And this is translated into the school where heritage languages are offered. And the question of integration then doesn't become one-sided, but becomes not two-sided, but becomes multifarious, where people from different worlds are learning to live and work together. And the city of integrated multiplicity in Toronto is again spills out into the neighborhood where people have learned to peace and live close to each other. There's just a picture of Durga Puja with Winston Churchill in the background, so you can see even spaces are used. This is Eid celebrated next to Christmas. And this is for just presenting this last picture of Kumi Murray, who I promised to share with in the audience, and my work there. Again, we've heard a lot about the challenges that are faced by these communities, but working in the different schools in Kumirani, and a source of pride and ownership where the villagers build their own schools, and the Radhuni Mashis come and cook for them. So a beautiful sense of community. This is another school I visited, and this principal actually was a friend of my mother's when she was growing up and spent 4 years there pre-war. And so these kind of models, which is really interesting, the Kumimari case, in terms of if you compare it with Kolkata, the KMC schools, which is quite interesting. And Cuba, I just want to end again with Cuba, the zone, based on all the sort of challenges they're facing. I think it's not reported as much in the media, but they have, the South American Zone of Peace has been declared, and this is in Caimanera a few years ago. And culture is peace, cultural infrastructure, caring infrastructure is revolutionary infrastructure. And this is in the last few days, we've seen that the US has come in and has kind of implemented new sanctions, which has cut off fuel from the island state and has reduced all sorts of basic necessities, right from health to education. I received these pictures 3 days ago from a principal who corresponds with me regularly, and she was sharing with me the kind of, again, cultural infrastructure there, the legacies of their belief in the education system as resistance, and this is just from 3 days ago in the streets, community support and youth organizers. And I'm going to end there. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Basu. You have given us a very good idea about the thing of whether we can change our education system or not. Let's see. Go for the bet. Already taken that time of the other session. So after Felicity, stop there. Thank you, over to Shishma.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Shishma Rohadgi ma'am, for chairing the session. And it was definitely a very engaging and enriching session. Now we will proceed for the tea break. We have a short tea break for 10 to 15 minutes. I request all the participants and delegates to please be back at the hall by 15 minutes. Thank you.
हाँ उसका सेकंड सेशन का इसके बाद जो है उसका भी मटेरियल सब लिया है लैपटॉप में। ना तुम आओगे ना चाय के बाद? सेशन तक रुक जाओ ना। কটা অবধি তুমি ভেবে নাও না, আর 1-1.5 ঘন্টা এটা সেশন। ও তোমাদেরও তো সেশন আছে না? ঠিক আছে আমি একজনকে এখানে বলছি। হ্যাঁ আমি বলছি না, মানে মেটেরিয়াল সব কিছু নেওয়া আছে না, এভরিথিং। তুমি ওটা একবার দেখে দাও। হ্যাঁ Hello, ma'am. Could you please come to the hall for a second? We've got the man has come. Check it once. इसका तो बस जेनी हाँ सबै लिएर आइज 6565 তোমার প্রেজেন্টেশন আছে তো यो बहिनी निस्किन्छ अरे कि तिम्रो यो गर्दैन ठ्याक गर्ने ल प्रोग्राम सेड्युल लिएर आएछ अकर्डिङ टु यो गर्नु बस
656 एक मिनट अब डायरी मशीन
the name of the authors. I think it's better I write it down.
हाँ ये maybe 5 people, we can open it together. No. It's absolutely fine.
Ma'am, you please check it once.
This is fine. Yeah. Audio check करें. ठीक है.
দেখ তো একটা অডিওটা দেখ একবার খুলতেছে হ্যাঁ
तेरो प्रोग्राम सेटिङ छ
कतै
सबै क्लियर आयो होइन
सबै आयो चेक गरे अर्कै सोच उसले चेक गर्दैछ अर्कै
कति भन्छ बिल्छ
भिडियो चेक गर्दैछ बुक रिलिज
माथिको रिमोट चल्छ अरे रिमोटबाट पनि गर्न सकिन्छ
साइड चेन्ज हुँदैछ
हुन्छ होइन
हजुर यो रातो पोइन्ट चाहिँ हराउँदो रहेछ
होइन यसमा हराउँछौँ कालोमा गरेर देखिन्छ यसको लागि स्पेसल हरियो रङको पाइन्छ बाक्लो ठुलो त्यो स्पेसल हुन्छ त्यसले चाहिँ त्यहाँ पनि गर्छ तर कहिले पनि यो स्क्रिनमा त्यो अर्को जुनसुकै स्क्रिनमा पनि हो तर यो स्क्रिनमा त झन् हुँदै गएछ रातो चाहिँ कम्प्लिटली एब्जर्भ गर्छ त्यही चिजलाई त्यहाँ कालोमा देखायो भने अस्ति त छ मैले चाहिँ उनै ल्याउन बिर्सेछु जस्तो मेरो यो उनै ल्याउन बिर्सेछु यो चाहिँदैन भनेर खोज्नु उकेट्दैछ छ है अलिअलि त आउँदो रहेछ तर अलिक सेतो भएको बेलामा चाहिँ आउँदैन है यतिसम्म त ठिकै छ अलिक कालो छ नि त्यस कारणले आएको तर सेतो जुन हुन्छ नि त्यसमा आउँदैन सो मेरो आफ्नो पनि थियो तर यो चाहिँ यहाँ छ नि चल्छ नि होइन मैले यो उनै ल्याइदिन्छु
यहाँनिर चल्छ
मेरो त भोलि छ न त आज चेन्ज गर्न पाए हुन्थ्यो भनेको
सर उसमा कुरा गर्नु त्यो के चेन्जेस
आज होइन मैले उसलाई दर्शकहरूलाई भनेको थिएँ उसलाई म फेरि भारत अनि यहाँबाट हिँड्नु पर्ने मेरो मेरो चाहिँ भूमिको छ आज कुनै टाइम छ भने आज गरेको हुन्छ ब्यालेन्स सक्यो के भन्छ प्लेन सक्यो भोलि चाहिँ फर्स्ट सेसनको सकेसम्म फर्स्टमा नभए पनि सेकेन्डमा राख्यो भने मेरो सेकेन्डमा चाहिँ परेछ कि
सेकेन्डमा पढेँ
परेछ तर फर्स्टमा लिएर आउनु पऱ्यो सबै पहिलोमा नभए दोस्रो हुन्छ है प्लिज म तपाईँलाई देखाउँ
Ma'am, it's all right. Explain.
The audio is not playing. Video is there, but audio just short. You wanted to start?
Can we start?
Just can give me 2 minutes, otherwise we'll start, right? You can start. You can start with this note. This will be at the end. At the end. Okay.
lunch hour कितना होता है 4 बजे lunch hour at 4 p.m.
before time dinner
1 minute, 1 minute.
before time dinner at 4 o'clock
बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे 12 मिनट्स ना हम उसको 21 मिनट्स कराएगा
Ma'am, if you have any other alternative video, like a short one, if you could arrange, then we'll play that instead if the audio is not.
The video is fine. If the audio is there, it's okay. Otherwise, the video is
We will
fine.
leave.
Yeah. कोई बात नहीं, आप मुझे पेन ड्राइव दो। इसमें तो
हाँ इसमें भी आ रहा है इसीलिए तो नेक्स्ट टाइम जरूरत सब लोग देखिए
ठीक है, अगर नहीं होता तो मैं इसमें कर दूँगी। ठीक है?
Baba, thanks. Baba. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. I welcome you to the fourth plenary session of the 3-day international seminar, Geography in the 21st Century, Navigating Trends, Tackling Challenges. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Amitabh Kundu, formerly in CSRD, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, to please come upon the stage. Professor Kundu will be chairing the session. We welcome you, sir.
all men are big
এই, এই জ্যাটা এটা ধরতেছে না।
Maybe sir. Maybe sir.
Welcome, sir.
Maybe.
The first speaker for plenary session 4 is Professor Lakshmi Narayan Satpathy, University of Calcutta, and the topic is Sleep Tourism as Therapeutic Landscape, Digital Detox, Cyberspace, Withdrawal, and the Geographical Reconstitution of Embodied Reality. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Professor Kundu on the chair, our esteemed colleagues, scholars coming from various parts of our country. Today I am going to set an agenda for the next generation geographers where they can work. Particularly for the Gen Z geographers who are going to find some of the space where the alpha generation will work in our society. Yesterday, a lot of discussions were taking place in terms of regionalization and regions, and Professor Bhagwati was trying to connect how the microgeography can be connected to the mega regions. We are also thinking about the nanogeography sometimes, and with the population rise, we are thinking the per capita space available in the tera is coming down, but in the virtual space it is increasing from the bit byte to terabyte and exabytes. So another parallel world is being created where we are working. And today in the morning, I have heard that many of you have not slept well. Perhaps due to many issues, one of them definitely may be the nature of the bed or the ambience, or maybe late night toxicity with our embracing the digital world. So how we can connect to our real life embodiment and gradually withdraw from our digital toxicity, that is my topic of discussion. So, our geography is always one in the cyberspace. If you see the work from home, there are many issues. The pollutions are that the market force creates the pollution and then they search for the solution. And we are the academics and scientists, they are assigned the task. How to solve the problem. Here also, a kind of digital imperialism is going on, in which we have submitted ourselves, and we are trying to find out the solutions. So, the problem is, the space which was thought from the Lefebvrean angle, that it is a socio-cultural construction. Two, once the idea of space become place, having some kind of emotions. From there, how the place can become an agent of change in terms of its therapeutic value, and it can be very much linked to our contemporary medical tourism or hospitality sector that we can think about. So, Will Gessler's model of sleep, because sleep is very important, in our lifetime, 1/3 we should devote to sleep. Otherwise, the rhythm cannot survive. Rhythm cannot follow our life. We cannot survive in terms of our mortality will increase and all that. There also we have some issues that we are gradually being subsumed in the digital world, where we are finding it very difficult to match from the real life to the virtual life. And here lies the problem. So, from topophilia, the love for space, to love for screen, so blue time, we have increased it. And we have transformed ourselves from the sun synchronous to the on-site geosynchronous. That means on-site all the day, you can see that how much of time, what is the happiness index? There are so many indices. I have developed one that how much of time you are devoting to earn and how much of time it is the expenses are met. Sometimes some people say that my son is working in a multinational corporation and he has no time to bath, no time to eat. He is not working. He is a slave in his own way. And it is increasing. The work from home till late night, because we have to, the world has become flat. We are very much connected, and it has to be. And that's why you can see that how we have withdrawn ourselves from the real world and imposed in a virtual world. And these generations, they have not been able to distinguish between these worlds. And a lot of data, I was seeing that so many things we are using in these days in terms of GIS, AHP, and many things. But whenever you are saying all these algorithm-based data sets, how many of you are actually perceiving it, becoming mindful? It is creating stress. And the pattern recognition in the AI/ML environment, that is based on basically selecting something and rejecting something based on some kind of recognition. Nothing else. So in its infancy, basically we are trying to create a lot of data. It is not only in our geography circle, but also in Facebook, in WhatsApp, in Twitter, in Instagram. How much of data are useful? But the data is creating stress. And the data is creating some kind of noise for manipulation also. And that's why we have to think that how we can withdraw from it, and so that we can understand the useful data which is very much synchronized with our lifestyle. You know that in these days, out of stress, in this digital world, many of our young friends, they are dying because of cardiac arrest. And this is due to the lifestyle change in this digital world. And many of them basically are habituated with this digital world. They have the food habit lost. They are not using the kitchen and all that. So, chronic hyper connectivity is disrupting our biochronology. which is a very important in terms of physiological attributes. So we should think, stop. Stasis environments, stagnation is also required. But we don't require stagnation. Because if there is no stagnation, Prithvi Manthar Bhau, please slow down. If we don't slow down, we cannot appreciate that who is my neighbor, who is my in the family. We are connected to the outer world, everyone, but no one connected to, and we have lost ourselves. There is no inside development, and this generation is becoming made of straw. So sleep environment is required. Sleep without noise. Sleep which is habitual, that requires certain space. And some of the remote areas, in the mountains, in the islands, in the forests, even in our neighborhood we have to find out that how to keep some silence that will create solace to our mind, so that a signal shield is created. There was a movie, that Abar Aranne by, what's the name? No? Gautam Ghosh. Signal was not there. Okay, signal was not there. So, no, not having the signal is good for sometimes. Then, what we will talk? We will discuss something in person. That is more important. So, in our cognitive and many other things, we have to develop a kind of more interdisciplinary concerning geography, psychology, sociology, and many other behavioral sciences together. Find out some space so that our tourism sector can develop some of but the problem is that, next one. Problem is that, yes, dark sky preservation. You know that in these days mapping of the urban areas is also done by the nocturnal illumination, so remote sensing. Next. Okay, next. Next. We have little time. Digital divide, yes. But it is a problem, like the justice in the city. Again here, digital divide is being created. And who can afford to this detoxification? Where the silent zones, and these silent zones will be and have been commodified of high price you have to pay to buy the space. So, which was earlier free, now becoming noisy, and a space is being created which you have to pay some money. So, the scopes are there, and there are certain inequalities and questions of justice. A lot of things will emerge out of this. So, next. Okay. So, authentic rest is very important. That marketization will take place. But is it going to be authentic, like the brand value, whether I am getting the paper wrapping or getting the value for money for the product we are getting? So in the wellness tourism circuit, we can in future integrate this, find out the places, map it, identify the risk and reward areas, pixel-wise even at the nano level, where we have the highest level of interactions. Okay, so with these words, I think that sleep tourism has enormous potentiality for research and application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. In fact, I thought I'll have 2 minutes before I invite the scholars, since I didn't have that. Let me just mention one or two things. First of all, I would like to have at least 10 minutes of discussion after the you would also like that, and that's why I appreciate that you concluded the presentation very briefly, sharply focused. Yesterday when I realized that we will be short of time, or is going to put me as a chair. I know the purpose is that I have already spoken. The desire to speak for a retired professor can be very high. It's very high. I think I should keep that to the minimum level and should have these 4 presentations and 10 minutes of discussion. Yesterday night I tried to pick up no paper to read it so that I don't need any clarification. But I thought I will become a case, I will have sleeplessness and you will have to interview me to see that. But frankly, the challenge of the 21st century geographers is coming from this paper, significantly. This is the interface of medical science, digital toxicity, and the configuration of the space around it. That's certainly very, very challenging. You would expect many questions perhaps. So let's have the other presentation. We'll have 10 minutes for discussion. And I would think that the ideal that he has set 10 minutes for each presentation so that we really have that time. I don't want to give their lunch break at 3:30 so that half of the people have already gone and have dinner. Please stay back. I think by 2 o'clock we should be able to. This is a unilateral decision that I am taking, that Donald Trump is doing at the highest level. I'm taking. So 2 o'clock we will permit me to continue the session. Yes. Can you introduce me? Yes, please. Please take.
I had a small error. I forgot to felicitate Professor Kundu. So first we will felicitate Professor Kundu and then we will move on to felicitation of Professor Satpathy. So I'll kindly ask the scholars to do the. Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, I believe Professor Virendra Singh Negi is not here with us today, so we'll directly move on to the third plenary lecture, which will be given by Professor Vimal Kumar Kaur, Guwahati University. I would like to invite sir on stage, and the topic is trend of geography education and research in the universities of India's Northeast. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. Here, Professor Kundu, our guru, and my teacher from the University of Guwahati, Professor A.K. Bhagwati, and learned audience coming from different parts of the country and also from outside. So the topic for my discussion is something different from the trend we have been observing for the last 2 days. As I am from the Northeast, the gateway city of the Northeast, but here we are standing at the corridors Siliguri, connecting the northeastern part of our country, which bridges the gap between the marginally located northeastern region of India, the land of seven sisters on the east, and the remaining part of the country, the mainland we call on the west. So, coming to my discussion, as you all know, the marginally located northeastern region of India has great potential for the students of geography in order to understand the very geography of the northeast and also to carry out our research activities pertaining to the diverse land, diverse people, having confronted with variety of issues, both positive and negative. When we look at the beginning of geography education and research in this part of the country, we know that it was not before the establishment of Guwahati University. There was no geography education even at undergraduate level. Guwahati University was established in the year 1948, and along with that, the Department of Geography was established, and it started with undergraduate education. Undergraduate general education in the beginning from 1949, and from 1951, honors geography education started, and finally, the postgraduate education, teaching in geography started from the year 1958. So that can be considered as the beginning of geography education, which started from the Department of Geography, Guwahati University. And after that, research started from the year around 1961. And first PhD was produced from that department in the year 1966. So if we look at who were the founders, as a student of that department, I have to recall the names of Professor H.P. Das, who did his master's from Calcutta University and later on did his PhD from London University under the guidance of Sir Dagdi Stam, and followed by Professor Minadhar Borthakur, who did his master's from Allahabad University, having the background of climatology and all. And third person came from, again, Calcutta University from the Department of Geography, Professor M. Taher. These three teachers, we consider them as the pillars of the Department of Geography, Guwahati University, and in that way, few more teachers from different parts of the country joined, but in between, they left. I must take the name of Professor Manotosh Bandyopadhyay and Professor D.K. Singh. These two teachers also contributed significantly in the early stage of geography education, particularly in the promotion of geography education at master's level, working at the Department of Geography for the period of around 10 to 15 years. But when we look at the research particularly, although it started in the year 1961, at that time there was no specialization as such. If we look at the person, M. Borthakur was the first person who did his PhD under the guidance of Professor H.P. Das. He worked on economic geography of a district of Assam. And that is the time the specialization in the department was cultural landscape. With cultural landscape specialization, the department started its master's course and then it progressed. And later on, in 1965, Dibrugarh University was established. Dibrugarh University, but Dibrugarh University did not open geography at the master's level and also for research. It was the later part of 1990s, Department of Geography was established in a college affiliated to Dibrugarh University, that was in Jorhat. After that, of course, in and around, I think, 215 or so, a Center for the Study of Geography was established at Dibrugarh University, and after that, geography research also started. under Dibrugarh University. But fortunately, the first central university was established in northeastern region at Shillong. That was in the year 1973, and soon after its establishment, Geography department was established in 1976, and along with postgraduate teaching and research, this department started growing, and thereby, in the initial stage, Guwahati University and Northeastern Hill University contributed significantly towards the growth of research in the field of geography. And this slide speaks about the fact that we are late. Guwahati University, particularly in Northeastern region, is quite late in starting geography education in this part of the country. Next, please. So, from this table, it is clear that we have, as of now, in all the states of Northeastern region, one central university where geography teaching and research is there, and there are again state university in Assam. Along with that, there are affiliated colleges where there is provision of postgraduate teaching in geography. In that way, in Assam we have, apart from the central university, there is Assam University. At its Tifu campus, we have the provision of geography education and research. But in the case of state universities and government affiliated colleges, we have 16 centers for postgraduate teaching. But so far the research is concerned, doctoral research is concerned, facilities are there in one central university of Assam and 5 state universities, and including 2 private universities. So in that way, we have provision of PG teaching in geography in altogether 29 centers throughout the northeastern region. But as regards research, we have the provision in 16 centers, including state university, central university, and private university. Next, please. So this table gives us a picture of how many postgraduates have been produced so far from different universities and affiliated colleges. So this is a picture, and as a pioneering university, so far Guwahati University has produced 1,802 postgraduates, and followed by that is the Northeastern Hill University 1320, and then Bojali College was affiliated to Guwahati University. Now it has become a university called Bhattacharya University, numbering 770. Manipur University 1260. Cotton University, earlier it was under as a college. You know, Cotton College is the oldest college. It was established in the year 1901, but there was no geography education prior to the establishment of Guwahati University. So it has produced 875. Rajiv Gandhi University 820. JD College 805. Next, please. So altogether, Northeastern region, the institutes which are there in the Northeastern region have been able to produce more than 11,000. It is maybe lesser than 12,000. So all these data I have procured from the respective departments where and universities where there is provision for geography teaching and research, and also from the respective websites of the different universities. Next, please. So this is about the picture of PhD as produced from different universities we have so far in our Northeastern region. So from the University of Guwahati has produced 229, followed by that is the Northeastern Hill University, which was established in the year 1973. The department was established in 1976. So 174, then Manipur 31, Rajiv Gandhi University, Central University. Manipur University became Central University later on. The number is still less, 31. Rajiv Gandhi University has become the third, that is 79. Nagaland University 40. Mizoram University 34. Tripura 35. And Dibrugarh University so far 21. Next, please. Yes. And we have got one private university called USPM. that has produced 3, and the other 3 universities which have been established very recently, they could produce only one each. So others have to skip. Next please. So this is about the pattern of this temporal pattern of production of. So with time you can see the number of production of PhDs have increased, and thereby the number has reached 229 in the case of Guwahati University, 174 in the case of. So in the early stage, the production of PhD was very less because the number of teachers appointed, particularly with respect to guiding research, was very less. But later on, the number increased, and thereby, and also the number of postgraduates have also increased. Thereby, the provision for PhD this research has also increased, and thereby increased. Next, please. And this is about distribution, on which area-wise distribution. So far, Guwahati University is concerned, out of 229, all the research was confined to the study area for Assam, 192. Out of 229, 192 works were on various parts of the state of Assam. And few works are there pertaining to other parts of the Northeast India and also the whole Northeast India, but all the Northeastern states are not represented by the research which has been done from Guwahati University. But if you look at Northeastern Hill University, which is the first central university, and which was initially founded by one of the professors from GNU, R.C. Sharma. Although he did not take up research guidance here in Northeastern Hill University, but the other teachers who joined this university were from GNU, and thereby if you see the distribution of research works pertaining to different parts of Northeast India, all the states have been represented, and one work has also been on India Day, or that was done by A.C. Morgan. So in this way, this is the pattern.
Mr. Kaur, you have to conclude now.
Yeah, within 2 minutes. So this is about the area. So you can see the area-wise, if we look at Guwahati University geomorphology, in the case of area geomorphology, and social, cultural geography, population geography, agricultural geography, these are the main areas on which there have been research work from Guwahati University. But in the case of the second university, there is NEHU. In the case of NEHU, geomorphology have got their PhD working in the field of geomorphology, agricultural geography 24, population 18, urban 17, social 16. In this way, there are diverse areas on which people have worked, and diversity is on the increase. And these areas are considered to be very fertile in the sense that this northeastern region is covered by mountainous areas, largely by mountainous areas. In between, we have the plain areas. Both the areas are having geomorphological problems, population problems, social problems, political issues, and all these have attracted the geographers and also the researchers, the guiding researchers, to take up different types of diverse topics in order to understand the realities of the geographical aspects of this part of the country. Next, please. So this is about the areas on gender geography. Also, few people have worked on environmental geography in recent time, geography of regional development and planning, and also land use and global change using remote sensing GIS. So in this way, altogether, Northeastern region have produced 643 PhDs working in different aspects of geography. Next, please. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that the history of higher education in geography began in the form of postgraduate studies and doctoral research, initially in Guwahati University in late 1950s, has become more than 6 decades old. In view of its increasing importance, growth of IIG colleges imparting geography education, the provision for postgraduate studies and research in geography slowly expanded to most parts of the Northeast region. Besides the universities, a large number of colleges in Assam, particularly affiliated to Guwahati University, have opened PG course in the subject, and some of the faculties even started guiding doctoral students of geography under Guwahati University. Dibrugarh University, work at Dibrugarh University. In view of this, a trend of large number of successful postgraduates and doctorates in geography of the region have been able to occupy important positions in academics and administration in the country. With these words, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thor. I think it's extremely rigorous empirical exercise with giving the chronology of development and cross-classified by the disciplines, content, regions, and colleges and the universities. But you know, with your experience, your long experience in this region, I thought I can give you 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. What are the areas of concern in the development of the? This seems to be a happy story. What are the challenges that we are facing in the 21st century? What are the suggestions that you would like to give for a healthy development of geography, getting into policy? I just give you one instance. In 1982, I was at the University of Chicago. Norton Gisler, one of the top geographers, and asked me to give a lecture. After my lecture, the hall was full of 4 people, including Dr. Norton Gisler. He was very apologetic, and I think the 4 people were able to take care of the logistics and comparing this. So he was apologizing. He said, you know, the interest in geography in the United States is going down. There are 17 universities which have closed down the geography department. And one of the reasons that he said is that other departments are able to get into the market, get funding from different sources. Whereas for geography, it is very different. I think the development of geography in the last 2-3 decades, things have changed. Would you like to say something about this? That how, you know, with this, you know, very happy picture that we are given in terms of diversity, regional diversity, subject diversity, and the goal. What are the challenges and what specific things you would like to suggest? Just take 1.5 minutes.
So, thank you very much, sir, for your real concern about the subject geography in the context of Northeastern region. So, initially, what happened is, people were coming from science background. That was one of our observation. At present, we are not getting many students from science background. Although the subject has progressed with respect to application of geospatial technologies, studying the climate change issues, sea level rise, all these phenomena, as I know, are very much connected with the background for understanding. We need science, more of science background. It is not that we are not doing good work, but in order to understand the efficacy of each and every modern methodological tools, particularly with respect to AI or geospatial tools, we have to get ourselves equipped by knowing the very intricacy of the method. But so far the available tools and technologies are concerned, they are still at the lower stage in most of the universities in the Northeastern region. So from that part we are lagging behind. But at the same time, we have to think about, we have to attract more and more students from the background of science so that we can carry forward the technological innovations that are coming in explaining various geographical phenomena. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, I would now like to invite Dr. Kanchana Nahapopan, Mahidol University, Thailand, to please come on stage. Ma'am will be speaking on the topic, exploring the role of geospatial technology in environmental and human health to climate change. We welcome you, ma'am.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, สวัสดีค่ะ So right now, I would like to share my experience today about the climate change impact on human health. So this one I do it long time ago and still do it in terms of climate change and human health. So first, I would like to start from this one. I think everyone know that if we are learning about the medical geography also. So we start from the cholera since in 19th centuries, and every 100 years later, they will have like this one. After 100 years later, the Spanish flu will occur and pandemic the whole world also. And after 100 years again, so this one, I think everyone know this one, that we have the experience for the COVID-19. For this one are a big pandemic in our world also. So that's why the health with the geospatial technology is quite more important. So right now that I would like to talk about the medical geography, or we can call another word also in the epidemiology that combine together. So from this one, the John Snow, that guy, he is a father of modern epidemiology. Why he is more important? Because he used the dot here to cholera cases in London in 1854. So that time is quite long from now on. So it means that the medical geography or epidemiology linked together long time ago. That's quite more important for this one. And also that he found that when we do the map of the cases, he found that every cases talk about the come that come. If we are geographer, right, when we go to London, we will visit this one, right? So this one also that we come to visit in the John Snow Palm in Soho, London. So from here, we know that he know that the cluster of the area here, the cases are related to that palm, and also the water quality and the cases is linked together also. That's why he is a model of the epidemiology. Why we use geospatial technology for public health? For me, I did it almost 20 years ago. So this one, because of the geospatial technologies, is a spatial literacy and also easy to communicate and connect with the communities to tell them the where of the event also. And also that we need to integrate interdisciplinary to solve the problem. That's why we are the geographer and also we link with the other person in different disciplinary also to work with together. Right now also I work with the medical side to work. And also combined with the epidemiology, so we got a new word that we call that spatial epidemiology. From this one, the description analysis of the geographical index health data with the respect to demographic data, environmental data, behavior, socio-economic, and infectious risk factor together. From this one, we can see that spatial epidemiology, if we do analysis in the small scale, but actually in the large scale also we can use it. We can divide into three main areas. The first one, we have to do the disease mapping or distribution mapping during the COVID-19 outbreak. So we can see that a lot of the map show about the disease distribution along the whole world, right? And also the next one is a geographic correlation study. The last one is about the cluster or disease cluster. So we do that one also. The first one that I started to do, I do that one, the disease mapping, and then do clustering analysis. So this one is some sample that we are familiar, right? During the COVID-19 outbreak. This one is some sample of the disease distribution map that we can see. And that one also for the Nipah virus distribution map. And also this one, if we would like to correlate with the location study, so we can see that one in the beginning, I do the map, the household map first, and link with the health care center like this one. And actually for this one, I link with the NCD data, but somehow we can link to the dengue fever also, that we can do any kind of the disease that we would like to link. If we have the data like this, more detail about the household level. And also this one, for the distribution and trend, you can see that in the different symbology or different color, you can see that one also. This one for clustering analysis, my topic mainly for the dengue fever, that I do a lot of the dengue fever. So here, I do a lot of the clustering for the dengue fever over there, and this one also the Nipah virus that will occur. Now, why the climate change and dengue fever is very important. For me, when we're thinking about the climate change and impact on human health, I think the concept of the climate change. So the climate change, when we do the risk assessment, we will talk about the hazard, we will talk about the vulnerability, and we talk about the exposure. So from this one, we need to identify in each factor that we need to identify. And then the health outcome will have a lot of impact on that. It's here. So many outcome for the health. But for me, I would like to focus only this one for today, for the vector-borne disease. And for the vector-borne disease, I select only the dengue fever. For malaria, I can do it also, because of that one, we can identify the factor together. Why we do that, the dengue fever? Because of in Thailand, we have a lot of problem in the dengue fever, and they have a mortality rate very high also sometimes if they have outbreak. That's why I'm concerned about this. And here, the mosquito vector is quite general that you can see, right? But for the Aedes aegypti mosquito, just only in the city only that we have Aedes aegypti. So this one is a very important vector for the dengue fever. Why that relate with the climate change? Here you can see that. If the climate change is if the temperature increasing, what happens with the mosquito? So the first, the larva takes shorter time for metro, and also greater capacity to produce more offspring during the transmission period. That's why for the increasing the temperature. By another hand also, for the adult female, they digest but very faster. So that when they digest faster, they need more fat, more blood, and by a lot of time in one day. And for another hand also, this one about the increasing of temperature already. So we go to the increasing the rainfall. If the rainfall increasing, so it means that increasing breeding size of the mosquito will increase also. So how to do it? When we fit, so this graph, this method fit like this. If the temperature is fit, not change, but right now we know that the temperature increasing already 1 point something degree. So, but this one I just show you that if the temperature not change, so check only the rainfall data. If rainfall increasing 10%, yeah, so it means that the dengue incident cases will have the opportunity or chance to increase 0.4%. but this one does very small number, right? But you can see this one. Why we know that this one from NASA website, we can see that the temperature increasing very much right now, like that one. So when we fix this one, the rainfall not change, but actually we can move it to see another, but this one easy to explain. When the rainfall is not change only the temperature, what that means. Right now we have a temperature increasing 1 point something right in this area. So it means that the temperature increasing 1 degree. The opportunity or the chance of the dengue fever will increase 10% also. If we compare between the rainfall and temperature, that means that temperature is more important or significant more than the rainfall data. And also after that, we got the formula for that one, empirical model. We can use the climate model from the global climate model, original climate model to input the data like this one, the rainfall data and temperature data in the future. And then we can predict the dengue zone like that. This one we did it long time ago. But right now, this one is another clustering analysis that as another example that I would like to show you how to use the land, how to use the satellite data. I use a urban land surface temperature to analyze and find some correlation with vertical city with the dengue incident. What kind of the vertical city? Because of the Bangkok is developed very full area already, cannot extend anymore. So in terms of the horizontal cannot do that. So they just change develop in the vertical city only in the vertical building. So that's why the keyword is vertical city here. So the data of the dengue fever, we do the clustering analysis like that in the first one. So that one you can see the cluster of the dengue or hotspot of the area of the dengue fever. So in Bangkok also I identify in 3 zones in the inner suburb and urban fringe to analyze in different kind of the data. And also here, this one is a building density. In terms of this one, how to identify for the vertical city. Because of the building data in each one, right now it's easy for us to find the building footprint, right? We have so many in the internet also. So from this one, the building density, I classify into 2 parts. The first one is a low building. It means that the number of floors is less than 8 floors. And the highlight building is more than 8 floors up to 30, 40, whatever for the floors. So this one also that we compare between 2009 and 2014 together. That time that I analyzed, we have 2 data sets. So we compare also with the land surface temperature to the 2 data sets also. And here, this one the low building density. You can see this one. In 2009, you can see the dark blue, white is small one. But after that, in 2014, we have the dark blue more than that one. So it means that the highlight building is increasing and density of highlight building is more increasing. So when we compare with the land surface temperature, in 2009, you can see that low building and high building, the temperature still different. But after that, in 2014, low building and highlight building, the temperature is not changed, not different. So that's why when we concern about the vertical city, is means that the temperature will be increased. Okay, sure. I will finish soon. So this one also, we just analyze in terms of the statistic analysis, right? We got the correlation between vertical city, building density, land surface temperature, and dengue fevers. And then we can generate map like this. How to different? So this one you can see the data of the disease is look like this when you do the mapping. After that, when you analyze it, you can got this one. So it's even more precise area than the previous one. So our application in terms of the geographic information system. So the beginning we can analyze the natural resource management, but right now we go through the AI in public health, in healthcare or epidemiology. For that one, or GeoAI will help us a lot. How to do it in this one? The GI can be like predict the real-time forecasting, like the right-hand side that one. The platform, our web platform, this project, we are still working with the Spain and master is still together to predict the dengue fever in Thailand. So that one we need the data from near real time also. And this one also, the second one, the machine learning and AI for pattern recognition is mean that when we have a picture or we have like a video clip, right? We can use AI to detect the container index for the dengue fever also. We use that one also. And also this one, we can integrate with the One Health that are related to human, animal, and environment together, and SDG monitoring also. So our conclusion is geospatial technology is a powerful tool for linking between the environmental condition with the human health outcome also. And also we can do early warning system or surveillance and more precise medical, more precise the area for the risk of the disease also. And also this one is important. Interdisciplinary collaboration is essential. So right now, the beginning, I do just only myself in terms of the geographer. But when we do a lot, we learn that we cannot do alone because we cannot understand more about the clinical symptoms, something like that. So we need to talk and discuss and do it with the medical side people also. This one, our conclusion. Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaja. We are really very, very grateful to you that you brought a paper
Yes.
with empirical rigor.
Yes.
And, it's exactly fitting into the theme of the conference. You showed how the challenges which have been posed in the 21st century, a geographical perspective, and the geospatial technologies can help in a much better understanding of the problems. The causes, symptoms, and the consequences can be understood much better on the basis of the new technologies that the geographical perspective.
Yeah, right now also that we are doing AI machine learning with ranking data and climate data to predict the ranking monitoring in Thailand also.
I'm also happy that you not only talked about the Spanish flu and COVID, the global phenomenon.
Yes.
You brought in the other things and other things. And you know that Europe had no fast urbanization in the 19th century because of the deaths that would take place in the city. 1/3 of the London population will be cut out. So I think you brought in these socio-economic factors, very, very important. Climatic factors, climate change, and the urban land surface temperature absorption. There it is not only the land surface outside, but how the households are exposed to the land surface temperature, your living conditions, your
These are also one part,
your
right?
professions, whether you are really going out or working from home. So these are very important factors you have brought in. I'm sure you will have opportunity of sharing it with us when you bring your out data.
Sure. Actually, I do it also along the BTS line, the metro line, right? Along that one, because when we construction the metro line or SkyTrain, they have a high temperature. Also, we try to link that temperature, land surface temperature, with the dengue also, with the SkyTrain also.
I have questions from the audience. We have time for that, but let's have it.
Sure. So I will allow here if I would like you to discuss it. Welcome. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving ahead, I would now like to invite Professor Shantanu Patnaik, Rajiv Gandhi University, to please come on the stage for his plenary lecture. He'll be speaking on the topic, Water Resources Governance Policy Framework for Northeast Region of India. Welcome, Mr.
Good afternoon, all. Greetings to the organizer. I'm happy to have Kundu sir as the chair. I'm still excited like a student in your class. So let's go straight to the work. That's the responsibility which I have been given. That is previous one, please. Yes, sir, that I do. You know, when we are in flood, we take care of water, we think of water. When there is no water, right, then we also think of water. So, next please. You know, Northeast India has seen the extremes. You can see there is scarcity in plenty. Next. So what we see that the holistic one, we have connected this West Bengal corridor to visualize and also maintain the continuity in the region Northeast. Next please. Yes. And we know what are the parameters, geography, the mountain plateaus and the how these are divided. Next please. Topography, all of you know, we are using the DEM, we can play with it, we can have multiple parameters and we can utilize them in a very significant way. Next please. Next. Okay. Then the climate scenario, as you see, there is a fluid. That is why you have highest amount of rainfall in India and this region. Then the climate we see, as you see, sometimes it becomes static within the 30 years time. If we define it 30 years, still we are static in that way. But it's a long term and understanding it needs more of a longer time frame. And within that, we have certain capsules like seasonal variations, annual variations, so the spatial variations, so many elements are there which needs, I think, at the mesoscale to understand, the microscale to understand, mesoscale to synthesize, and at the microscale to complement the regional requirements and the balance with the governance models. Then we know the river systems, the names are not there, but it is written on the left. Next one. Next. Yes. So there is no dearth of hydrological features. Well endowed with the water resources. Next please. This is the name. Next. Next. You find the temperatures. No, highest, the range of elevations is seen in this. So starting from 80-90 meter to 6,000 plus meter. So the temperature variations are quite high because of the altitude as well as the locational presence. Okay. Next. The rainfall, the same way, you have a drier. Next. Click. Back, sorry, I have not clicked here. Okay. One more back click. Then you see the lowest. When we are talking of endowments, you must understand this lowest, then gradually. Then when we come to the monsoon, then you have stronger, and that is one of the strongest spell. So thereby, we have plenty beyond imagination and scarcity also beyond imagination. Then, to understand a little bit of dynamics, everybody knows the geography. So these are the components. These are to be assessed and evaluated to understand what is the water resource endowment in the area. Then that is also being done significantly by the Central Water Commission. Next, we can integrate, these threads. These are just only parameterizing those things using a defined model, and whatever we add, still the model is incomplete. And that's why we are now going for the scenario analysis by experimenting with the work of the PhD scholars on different facets. Next. So we have extent scenario in terms of peak index, which leads to evapotranspiration. Okay. Then next. The special patterns are quite fascinating. You see, we receive higher rainfall in Meghalaya, then we have the rain shadow zone. Then we have another concentration near Teju, Pasighat, all those areas. Then also the concentration along this West Bengal corridor. Then because of the height, the water vapor reduces steam and the rainfall is declined. Next please. The variance models are quite interesting. So we have where are the higher concentrations, then where are the lower concentrations, where we need to hypothesize as well as formulate policies, and where what on the scarcity part and the abundance part, excess part. The next please. So this is also one way of looking into where are the concentrations. Definitely we are including the districts now, because planning perspective needs certain administrative units because the governance follow that line. Next please. So this is also confirmed with the SDM Assam work. Next. So these are the districts as an example. Next. Okay. This is the water balance, of water, where and what. There are things like river linking concepts, but here the whole scenario is quite different than what it is thought of the river linking projects in other areas. Next please. Next. This is what we see, and some you have the rainfall data, you have the GNSS based precipitation data, and ground level data, and this is what there is no depth of data. So we can go for the policy framework. Next. No, Odisha had done one. When you see the national policy for the water resources, then you have consumerism type of approach. What you have, what you need, and where to get, how to replenish it. But Odisha government included this integrated approach, and one of the third point, that is sustainability and the ecology, because that's also the integral part. If that is healthy, then the water cycle will be healthy, and groundwater will be recharged, and you have sufficient capacity to mitigate the requirements or fulfill the requirements. Next please. The framework, as it is mentioned, is very simple. It's not so, because we can simplify to understand, and the whole thing which are inside, say, political system. If you go to the next. Okay. The political system, then you have the indigenous knowledge system, then there is a legal system, demographic components, their requirements which are diverse or different from the what we perceive as the standard. Then, as you said, it's a commodification simply. What is available, what is the requirement, how to manage it without sustainability issues. So integrated management component has come up, and river basin approach has come up, but still the minor variation, micro level has to be taken care of. When you say, function of 5 elements, that's incomplete. And if you put the first order, second order, if you go for the ninth order, we try to approximate what is happening on the ground. So that sort of analysis, and we take stepwise, hierarchically, agglomerating those That will be helpful in understanding as well as the defining the policies. Then we have this groundwater regulation, adaptive climate change. These things have been little bit incorporated, but in many next stage. And Northeast region has developed their own mechanism to have their own control as well as their own policies to cater to the people. So supplement the state-specific policies, Neriwal in Tejpur, which is active in supplementing the requirements, the scientific inputs, then Assam, Nagaland, then all these 4 states have come up their own policies to cater to their state. But the water doesn't follow the boundaries of states. So holistic approach has to be done. Then there are small scale like Jal Shakti, then the spring set management, many international organizations are also working in the Himalayan region, and that because of the Arunachal we have also that component to be discussed here. Then if we see the next one, inadequacies and the essentials which are required to be incorporated into the government policies. So, what are those policies says? Harnessing, harvesting, utilization of related policies, but doesn't include the landscape ecological approach, because that's the integral part. If you lose it, then whole water cycle or water system is going to be devastated. So that has to be incorporated. Then there are aim to cater again to the day-to-day requirements and localized perspective. So it doesn't have an integrated or holistic perspective because the parameters required to understand, I'll show you the last slide, that including the livelihood options, that has to be implemented even if into water resource policy, governance policy. Then it requires decentralized risk management mechanism at the surface and groundwater boundaries do not coincide with the administrative boundaries. So the one state's policy may not fit into, but they are dependent on each other. So then next is the short-term and inadequate targets for the water governance, Northeast being a biological hotspot, as a high symbiotic nature of man and the nature relationship. If we see the indigenous knowledge system or ecological management system of the indigenous people, then we have many things to learn and also factor into the learning mechanism. Every facet needs to be factored into a model before any question. Then next one is that it is losing its steam as many places abandon photo ops, that is whatever the schemes are being implemented, after photo session, those vanish. Nobody is to take care of that. That has to be, post implementation mechanism has to be established so that the water resources are not depleted at a faster rate. Okay, these are what is the last slide I'm showing. You see, complementing the water resource governance policy. It cannot be, first thing, it cannot be piecemeal wise, cannot be small region wise. Rather, what we take the whole Northeast plus the buffer area, including the catchment from which we receive. Smaller catchment, not the whole of Brahmaputra. Then geology, topography, soil, surface, subsurface, water conditions. These are all easier stuff. Then ecology, the fragmentations, climates, and endemic vegetation. Again, needs a little bit of minute, specific one. Climate variability, extreme events, and these are all can be handled by simple statistical tools. Doesn't need any sort of current level of expertise doesn't. The demographic pressure on land, then physiographic density. Actually, to maintain that, if we cross it, then we are encroaching into the nature's domain. We are limiting the hydrology and we are creating barriers within it. Then the livelihood options. A governance policy cannot be devoid of the livelihood options. Thereby, what we need, what are the supportive requirements for the primary as well as the secondary population, which are basically dependent on the water, tertiary and other things. Forget about those things doesn't need active requirements. Then next factor in the indigenous practices and law. They have their own regulatory mechanisms. How much that can be factored into the governance policies. And the states have their own requirements also. So Arunachal and Assam. Then diverse requirements. Then priorities are also different. Somewhere it is hydropower, somewhere it is maintaining the ecology, somewhere it is the requirement for the irrigation, cropping, as well as the domestic use of water. Then also you can integrate or factor in the water quality also here. Then creating area of wilderness and exclusion. Then we have the suitability analysis. Not suitable, not suitable, 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 not suitable, not suitable, not suitable. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now, how much we are getting into this unsuitable classes? So that should not happen actually, because as we step into their nature's domain, we are affecting the cycle. Then development requirements, nobody can deny it. We are here because of the development. We can talk about nature and not or whatever the development, then there will not be conflicts or any other thing. So that way what we need is the development, how it can be streamlined and optimized, so linear optimization after class. So in that way, we can optimize the land use while optimizing the minimality in interventions or challenges posed to the nature. So in this way, we can create a basic framework of governance policies for the Northeast as a whole. Because after that, again, the water side, water resources are becoming very different, as well as physically that's a little bit isolated from the Northeast or far away from the Northeast to be integrated into the framework. So national framework and Northeast framework should be different, and the governance policies should be focused on Northeast. Thank you.
I'm sorry that you have to rush through the slides, but I'm happy that you could also link up your results with the policy frame at the national and regional level. Congratulations. Yes. Please, felicitation. Do you have Dr. Negi?
There's a small request from Professor Patnaik that Professor Kundu give away the memento. So I will ask the scholars to assist.
I'm sorry, I think I failed in my responsibility of providing 10 minutes, but I don't mind. It would still not be till 3 o'clock, as it happened yesterday. Would you like to? But the presentation has been so rich. I think asking one or two questions particularly and not getting proper answer may not do justice. So I think we can discuss the questions with the audience. Available. It happens, whenever we are requesting an expert, we request again and again, please don't miss it, you have to come. But when actual session are on, the organizers wish, I wish the person drops out, so that we can better manage time constraints. This has happened today, but there is a small request that we have hopefully which can be done. It will take another 2 minutes. Huh? Is it ready?
Okay, without much ado, I would request everybody to please be seated as we have a book release. So we will have Dr. Suman Kumari, Assistant Professor of Department of Geography, University of Jammu, along with Professor Anuradha Sharma, former head, Department of Geography, University of Jammu, who will be releasing their book titled Space, place, and gender inequality, a geographical exploration of tribal women's well-being in the cold desert of Trans-Himalayan region. So before moving forward, I give a small introduction about the author. Dr. Suman Kumari is an assistant professor in the Department of Geography, University of Jammu. She has her academic and research interests lie primarily in gender geography and cultural geography, with a special focus on tribal women, maternal health, crime against women, and socio-cultural transformation in high-altitude Himalayan regions. I would now request Dr. Kumari to please come over and share her views with us.
Thank you so much, Sushmita. And good afternoon, everyone. I know it's lunchtime, so I'll be very quick. First of all, I'd like to thank the entire organizing committee of this conference for giving me this platform to officially release my book. And without taking much of the time speaking, I'd like them to play a small video, and that will be the introduction of my book. I think the audio is not playing, so can you proceed with the video? So this is Garpon village in Batalik region. I hope you might have heard about a tribe called as Brokpa tribe, which are famously considered to be the descendants of Alexander the Great. So this is another tribe, the Champa tribe. So I was interviewing them, and this lies in the Chumatham region. You might have heard about the Sumorari Lake. So this region, and this is the Brokpa tribe. You can see the floral headgear the lady is wearing. This is Vajrapani, and this is a traditional museum in the Garpon village. And you can see the sheepskin, the cloak they are wearing. So, since the audio is not playing, this was basically a folk song that the students recited when I went and asked them whether they know about their traditional cultures and their, music and culture. So yes, they were knowing about it. And this is a Champa woman dressed in her traditional attire. This is the Hunderman village. Again, this was a 90 plus Brokpa lady. You can see the ornament she was wearing, and they consider it auspicious, and they feel that all these, ornaments are there to ward off the evil spirits. This is the Pugawali. Again, this is the Pangong Lake, the famous one. This is the Jagro dance of Champa community, and it was being performed in the Leh city during the festival. Otherwise, you would have enjoyed it a bit more. This is the double hump canal found in the Nubra Valley. This is the Lama Yuru land. You might have heard about the Moon land in Ladakh. This is that region. And this is me wearing that traditional headgear. This is the local band of Ladakh. They still use that traditional musical instruments, trying to keep alive their tradition and culture. So about the authors, I would like to tell you that this book is based on extensive field work. And the first part, this book is a bit quantitative in nature. There is another part of this book which will be highly qualitative. So I would like to thank you all for sparing your valuable time. We are learning about their culture and traditions, about their marriage system. So thank you so much for sparing your valuable time and being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now would like to take this opportunity to call upon stage Professor Deepak Kumar Mandal, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, to please come on stage for the book release. So please come. I would also invite Professor Ranjan Roy, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, to please come on the stage and join us on the book release ceremony. We welcome you, sir. I now invite Dr. Snehashri Shah, Department of Geography and Applied Geography, to please come on the stage and join us. Welcome, sir. I now invite Dr. Indrajit Roy Chaudhary to please come on the stage and join us for the book release. We also have with us Professor Anuradha Sharma, former head, Department of Geography, University of North Bengal. University of Jammu. And now I would like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Anandita Datta, Delhi University, to please come on the dais. We welcome you, ma'am.
I would like to extend my special thanks to Professor Anandita Datta, who has written the foreword of this book. Thank you so much, ma'am, for encouraging me at this stage. Thank you.
The scholars will now assist with the books.
I'd like to congratulate the authors on the book. It's almost like holding a newborn baby. The exhilaration is the same. So happy congratulations. And I must say, salute to you in the male-dominated, structures that we operate in, to go to these remote areas, to do field work, stay in the field, do field work while balancing your care responsibilities at home and in the department needs to be underlined. The book is rich in evidence, and I'm very, very proud to write the foreword, and I wish you many more book releases, many more citations, and make space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Kundu, for your time. I think we will now disperse for lunch. and after that we will be starting with our technical sessions. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your lunch.
You can take your laptop there for you to see. The changer will change. You just say next. The changer will change. For your own reading, you can take your laptop.
Find the PPT presentation, fluvial dynamics, PowerPoint আছে। ওইখানে PowerPoint fluvial dynamics। Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you for your help. Okay, ma'am.
Hold on. Give it. কোনটা জ্বালাও করে কোনটা জ্বালো কোনটা 2 3 হ্যাঁ কই হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ 3 কই না 3টা উঠাচ্ছি তো কই জ্বালো করে তুমি দিতে হবে নাকি আচ্ছা ল্যাপটপ লাগানো কোথায় আছে এরপর কাছে এটা তো আসছে না
objective লাগাই রাখছি objective লাগা আছে দুটো হ্যান্ডেলের মধ্যে ওটা পকেটে আছে হাত পুরো একটা থাকবে ওদিকে হবে না এটা দিও না এটা না ওদিকে হবে ঠিক আছে আবার ল্যাম্পটা দে বুঝলাম না কি লেখা কি আছে ওদের এক লেমন আছে লেমন হয়েছে অটো কত করো অটো করতে ভাই কই অটো একটা বলতে যেটা সব খুলে একটা খুলে ভালো করে করা অটো বললাম ল্যাম না অটো করতে বললাম অটো ডিএমএক্স আবার অটো আচ্ছা বন্ধু